Amy, you're looking particularly glamorous this morning. Nice bright lippy and you're looking very 1940s fabulous. Were you going for that?
Not intentionally, but I do like to lean into it.
Ange, I was just saying before I realized that I'd muted myself, I love the fashions of the 40s, but I particularly like the fashions of the 20s.
Yeah, it was 40s was very glamorous, wasn't it? 20s was flapper. Is that right?
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
But the dresses in the 20s and the dance, just gorgeous.
Well, you were a teenager then, weren't you?
And you know how like you were my best friend? I have you know I'm 55.
Oh, goodness, my pen is leaking all over my hand. Oh, my God. I will be back. Oh, shite.
Oh, you're such a millennial.
God, everywhere. Serves me right for still using feather and ink to write with.
Morning all.
Morning.
Beautiful, beautiful Thursday, eh? I love it out there.
Yeah. How about yesterday? I went to my dance training at 6 o'clock. It was 31.5 degrees outside.
Oh, man.
Just madness.
You'd be sweating at the end of that, wouldn't you?
Oh, yeah.
It certainly was lovely.
Right, it's 9:31. So we will get started. Do we have a quorum? Yes, great, thank you. All right, everyone, welcome to the 24th of February 2022 Infrastructure Operations Committee. This is the first one this year, and I think we're only the first of four, so we're going to have a fairly busy first part of the year getting through all the work that we need to get through. So just bear with me one moment while I pull the run sheet up. It's disappeared on me. Okay. All right, never mind, I'll find it. Okay, so welcome to everyone. We will do apologies first. Now I've got partial apologies from Councillor Naidu-Rolfe and apologies from Councillor Hamilton. Sorry, Councillor, no, not Councillor Donovan, he's here. Partial apologies for Councillor Rob Pascoe. And do I have any other apologies?
From me, Angela, I've got an appointment at 1 and then an AGM for New Zealand Foods at 4, so I'll be sort of in and out a little bit. In and out, so partial for Councillor Hamilton. Maxine?
Yes, kia ora. I have an engagement at 4 p.m, so we'll have to leave the meeting at around 3:45. Thank you.
Well, if we're done by 3, I have word that Councillor Bunting is going to deliver me a homemade apple pie. So how's that for incentive?
Oh, let's not put the Deputy Mayor's curse on the meeting.
At about 2:45, we'll be entering into some really long debate.
All right. So with that, I'll move that those apologies be accepted. Can I have a seconder, please? Seconded by Councillor Bunting. All those in favour, raise your hands. Any against? There are none against. That's carried. Okay, are there any declarations of interest? There are none.
And we just need to confirm the agenda as well.
Oh, sorry. I'm still looking. There it goes. I was still trying to chase down the run sheet. I found it. Yes, we'll confirm that the agenda, as is on your run sheet that was emailed to us by Narelle, is correct. So thank you, Councillor Wilson. All those in favour? There are none against. That's carried. Thanks, everyone. All right. Also noting the our lunch break so that we can accommodate external speakers from Kotahi as well. All right. So let's move straight on to the public forum. Now, members, on the bottom of our diligent reports, you'll see the written submissions from. Sorry?
I'm just going to bring all of our public forum submissions in now.
Oh, great. Thanks, Amy. And so do we have our first speaker, Phil Evans from Bike Action Hamilton, will be first up. So his committee members, his written submission is on page 279. We'll just wait for Phil to get into the room. Good morning, Phil. Welcome.
Good morning, Angela. Good morning, everyone.
Okay, Phil. We're in public forum now and you're the first speaker up. So we have your written submission also in front of us. So away you go.
Thank you. So good morning, everyone. Last night I sent all councillors an email with brief commentaries on a number of agenda items that I would like to be part of my submission, as time isn't sufficient to cover everything. I want to talk though about issues relating to the biking and micromobility program in item 13. That program and all areas of council business that relate to cycling infrastructure need to be boosted. You all know I've been pushing for faster change because you all know our roads are not safe for cyclists, with the two main problem areas is biking next to parked cars with the threat of doors opening and left-hand turns. 10 days ago, the left-hand turn problem hit me hard, literally, when I was cut off by a driver turning left in front of me and I went over the handlebars. I'm going to have ongoing issues because of that, especially the chipped bone in my shoulder. So I'm asking you this, please increase Martin Park's team immediately. The work the three of them do is fantastic, but their current workload is massive and still doesn't cover everything that needs doing. At least 6 or better still 10 people need to be working on sorting out this city to address what is essentially dangerous and threatening driver due to poor infrastructure. Set a targeted rate for cycle infrastructure. As above, the drivers causing the problems are ratepayers. They should be contributing to dealing with the problem, and that is one way to do it. Install Sharrows on all Hamilton bridges, particularly Anzac Bridge, where I crashed last week. All of you know this is the most dangerous, one of the most dangerous pinch points for people on bikes. Back in December's IOC meeting, Simon Gascoigne from GoEco wrote in his written submission, "What is the threshold for action? Don't let it be an accident." What happened to me will happen to many more people, and that is on all of you. Ensure parking wardens are fining all reports of drivers parking in bike lanes and on footpaths when provided time-stamped photos and videos. Section 139 of the Land Transport Act clearly states they do not need to personally cite infringements. All they need, and I quote, is a reason to believe an infringement is being or has occurred. And finally, the issue of parking across the city. When you ride or drive around the city, you'll come across groups of cars parked out on the road, and almost all of them will be out front of infill housing. They are filled with mostly young people with a car each and only one or maybe two parks per unit. Last year, the government stupidly removed the requirement for developers to include off-street parking, and we will soon be faced with numerous shoebox houses in every suburb with no off-street parking, pushing thousands of vehicles out onto our streets. I am asking that you take the biking and micromobility map of projects planned for the next 30 years and ban on-street parking from them. If you don't, this city will become a massive car park that will cause significant increase in problems for people on bikes and will hinder plans for cycling infrastructure. Banning parking on streets needed for connected bike infrastructure will force developers to either put off-street parking into their builds or market them as not suitable for vehicles, as there will be nowhere available to park. Roads are for moving people, not storing private property. Thank you.
Great, thanks very much. Really appreciate you talking to us this morning, Phil. So I have a question from Councillor Bunting.
Just a quick one. Thank you, Phil. Good to see you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Phil, your targeted rate you talked about. So are you talking about that being a citywide targeted rate or?
Absolutely. I mean, your target rates for a lot of other things that many people are involved with. So why not do something as a targeted rate? I don't know, $50 per household per year, so that the people who are causing these problems and dangerous driving, not looking for cyclists, are the ones who are contributing to the solutions for them.
So are you confident by targeting, and I'm just challenging you on this one, are you confident that targeting ratepayers would actually hit the right people, or would target the right people? Because a lot of the drivers, I would imagine, might be from out of town, might be from, you know, how is there a way that you could target drivers a little bit harder with a targeted rate?
I don't know, but it's making the whole city aware of what the problems are, that drivers are the problems. I mean, I don't know, I'm not you guys, I don't know, I don't have all the answers. I don't have access to them, but you guys are the ones who know. I mean, it was a suggestion. Something has to be done to increase funding for cycling infrastructure.
Right. Okay. Thanks, Phil. Thank you.
Great. Okay, thanks, Councillor. Thanks. That's all the time we have this morning. Thank you very much, Phil, again. Always appreciate your suggestions and contributions. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so next up in our public forum is Richard Porter from Bike Waikato, and not a stranger to us. Good morning, Richard.
Good morning. Thank you. I feel like it's been a while.
All right, over to you.
Great. All right. Thank you. I've got a couple of points that I want to cover today, so hopefully I can get them all done. I want to cover intersection upgrades that are being tabled today. So Tristram Street and Collingwood Street. These are obviously, and we've heard from Phil as well, these are obviously necessary improvements that we need to provide safe, connected routes for people that choose to use a bike and people that want to choose a bike to get around in Hamilton. Which, you know, we welcome the fact that council staff have been and yourselves have been putting the work in to come up with these. We see these as the first step. This is the first step in improvements in these same locations and across the city that we want to see increase in implementation and in connectivity for people on bikes. Notice that Tristram Collingwood Street gets some extra connections now, which is really good. But worryingly, we believe at Bike Waikato that these connections should have been part of the original scope, and we made this made people aware of this, I think late last year, that by providing intersection improvements in isolation, especially for people on bikes where there's nothing leading up to those intersections, doesn't really help too many people out. So providing those connections and setting that scene for what Tristram Street should really look like to move people around is quite necessary. I had the benefit of talking to quite a few cycle commuters yesterday at a small event that we ran, just congratulating people from jumping on their bikes. It happened to be on Wairere Drive on the shared path. And the message I got from so many people was how they really valued having a separated and continuous piece of infrastructure that meant that they didn't have to always battle with cars. Sure, there were crossing points that they had to do, but those had enough control that they felt safe on them. And so that really reinforced to me that there are a lot of people that are willing to get out on their bikes. But in order to encourage more people to get out there, we need to have more safe, cohesive, continuous, and ideally separated facilities. Not so much separated like Wairere Drive is on the side of the road, but separated within the roadway, providing a separation from those large vehicles. Any vehicles really, all vehicles are large, aren't they? But by providing that separation for those connected routes, and that's what we're starting to see in the biking and micromobility plan, we can encourage some of these people to leave the car at home or not have a car at all. I think Phil really hit the nail on the head with a lot of this housing intensification. We're not going to get people to drop their cars straight away. But if we can get people to think differently, that when they do live in a place like that, or even just live in some of the standalone houses that we have, that they drop one car per household, especially if they have more than one. But even if they choose to drop the only car per household and use bikes and public transport and things, and that helps. So, there's some thinking there to be done. But there's also, I think Phil's also covered most of my points really. Funding and allocation of staffing is a big thing that we see. So we have regular meetings with council staff, as you're probably aware, around biking projects. And I mean, they're doing some really good work and achieving some good things with the people that they currently have. And it's obvious that, if we've got funding for pre-implementation for SchoolLink, there's going to be a lot of work involved there, not just in design, communications as well. Council's got a big job ahead of itself in terms of talking to the communities about what they need, what they want to see, what changes we can provide for getting people around. And so we see that there's going to be a need for project managers, designers, people with specialist knowledge in active transport and public transport as well. It's we want to cohesively build all of these together, and the communication. Admittedly, we have had some troubles with communication in the past around different projects, and that's something that we're going to need to step up on. So it's obvious that council has a large workload ahead of itself. There's already currently a large workload to deliver the status quo, and in order to deliver safe and connected cycleways that are primarily separated as well, is going to require more people that are passionate about making those changes. And Martin and Honor and Sean are key people who deliver those sort of values, and giving them more people to support themselves, people to do the communication, people to do the liaising, also people and some of the other teams to manage these projects so we can continue to deliver the projects that we already have on our plate. Is going to be a big task. And so we ask you to think about the fact that we've got funding coming up, and making sure that we, in order to deliver that funding, we also have the funding for the staffing as well. So that is me. Thank you.
Thanks, Richard. We've got a couple of members wanting questions. Councillor Wilson is first up.
Yeah, hi, Richard. Thanks for your passion on this subject. Look, Richard, I appreciate that when you come and present to us, you're very singly focused on your particular area of interest, cycling, and I respect that. We clearly have to look across the entire city on all elements. COVID, economic uncertainty, huge work and staff number pressures. The reality is we've spent 30 million, we're likely to have spent $30 million more than we had budgeted over the next couple of years because of COVID and inflation. Here's my question. To do all the cycling things that you would like us to do, what things in the community would you like us to cut, or would you simply like us to increase rates?
First question, nothing. Second question, no. No, I think I completely understand. You're right, not just in Hamilton. All communities are having to reconsider what they're doing, not just in delivering services, but also businesses are having to rethink about what they deliver and how they deliver that, and how they keep their staff on board and things. I believe, not just me, we believe that, yes, it is a challenge to deliver these extra things, but really, are they extras? You're in the business of providing services for the community to allow them to have sanitation and community experiences and transport. And transport is not just focused on getting vehicles around. Transport is focused on getting people around. So our view is that this should be part of, these cycling projects should really be part of the status quo. It is not easy to implement them when we are starting from such a low base. And so it does require a high investment. I think we need to be considering all of the projects that we deliver in the transport space and making sure that we can leverage every piece possible in them to deliver for everybody.
So, Richard, you've told me what you want. You just don't know how it can happen, because you don't want me to increase rates. You don't want me to cut projects. How do we do that?
I think,
do we just borrow more?
Well, I mean, there might be a need to do some borrowing more.
Okay. Thank you.
Realistically, but I think it's also a case of looking at all of your projects and what else can you leverage in those projects, not just deliver what originally was the scope. Think about how you can expand on that.
Thanks, Richard. We've got time for, thank you, Councillor Wilson. We've got time for one or two more questions from Councillor McPherson.
Thanks, Richard. Excellent answers to Ewan's questions. I want to ask about the culture in the city that impacts on cycling. Having cycled a fair bit in the last month or so in the city itself, I'm noticing that while the roads are nice and smooth in most cases and clean, and that the footpaths are full of debris. After the recent storm, the roads were cleared, but not necessarily the cycleways and footpaths. They're sort of last cab off the rank. I'm not talking about the new stuff that you and Ewan were talking about. I'm talking about even using existing stuff. So I'm interested in your comments on that.
Definitely. You've pretty much covered my gripes from the last week of riding the kids to and from school. No, I agree. You're actually quite right in that we're doing a great job at highlighting these new projects or these new initiatives that we're rolling out. But we have this opportunity to look at the things that we're doing day to day. We have staff, we have resources, we have Infrastructure Alliance with a contract that they're delivering to, but there must be some capability there to look at some of these places. Put it out there now, Pembroke Street at Palmerston Street intersection still has storm debris in the cycle lanes. Surely we have teams that look at cycle lane sweeping, as you say, footpath sweeping when necessary, not all the time, because it doesn't need to happen all the time. I think it's something that we put in place and we leave because we've done our job. It's something that we need to then consider, not just, and realistically, we are looking at things in a cycling context. There are a lot of other people that need to use footpaths to get around, and not just walking, mobility devices as well. And when there is debris on those paths, and that's the only piece of infrastructure that they can use, it does make it really difficult for them. So I think it's something that while we sort of do to tick the boxes, and maybe we need to start thinking about how we can proactively make the city a better experience for people.
Thanks, Richard.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Thanks very much, Richard. Always a pleasure to see you, and we appreciate you taking the time to present to the committee. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, committee members, our next speaker is Peter Boss, and there is a written submission as well, which is on page 278 from on your diligent. So we will just wait for Peter to either turn on his camera, or Peter, can you hear me? Perhaps he's gone to make a cup of tea because I can see Peter B is in the room. Just give him a minute. There we go.
Sorry, Chair, what page was that on?
Peter's submission's on 278. Good morning, Peter. I saw he was unmuted, but I know Amy will be furiously messaging him.
My pages only go to 276. I'm just trying to.
Oh, I think they were added last night or the day, so maybe refresh.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Peter Boss, are you there?
I don't believe he's able to hear us and isn't responding to messages either.
Okay.
We may need to go on the written submission.
Okay, all right. So thanks, Amy. Look, it's yeah, as I said, on page 278 is really clear what Peter's request is on page relating to the item on page 158. So if there are any questions of staff on that, we can get to that later in the day. All right then, so thanks for trying, Amy. We will move on. So now we're moving on to the minutes. Where are we? Item 5, page 6. So this is the minutes of the 7th of December. Seems like such a long time ago, 2021, of the Infrastructure Operations Committee. I can confirm and will move that those minutes are a true and accurate record. Can I have a seconder, please? Thank you, Deputy Chair, Councillor Sarah Thompson. Are there any questions for clarity on the minutes? No? All right. So those have been moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Thompson. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Any against? There are none against. That's carried. Thank you, everyone. Right, we'll move on to item 6, the Chair's report. Just let me get my notes sorted out. And this is page 42. Look, I think, as I said when we started this morning, this is the fourth meeting. Sorry, the first of only 4 meetings. It's always a weird year, an election year, so we do have quite a bit to get through. I can confirm that the next Access Hamilton workshop is on the 23rd of March. It's a full day for us, and it's on the information, within the information day agenda, so that will be confirmed in due course. Streets for People there, nothing really more to add other than thank you very much to Councillor Thompson for her work on that and her guidance. I think Council made the right decision. We've got a lot of other things on our plate right now. I do have an update on item 4 in my Chair's report from Waka Kotahi. And you'll see there that I did, on behalf of the committee, write to David Spears, the regional representative for us, and convey our concerns on the process. I received an email back just stating that there was no formal or statutory process for objection or appeal in the case of Avalon Drive. And I sort of read between the lines in terms of that's sort of the process for all engagement and consultation that we have with them. And David Spears said that there were no further opportunities past that and no appetite to change that outcome. And as we know, the speed was reduced and the signs are up. I'll just continue my report before we finish and then go to questions. And then lastly, Triffin's Award. Look, we do need to celebrate the good times and the good things that we achieve. So I'll just quickly hand over to Robin Denton to present that. Robin?
Thank you, Chair Angela. And Democracy team, if you could just pop up that presentation, please. I can't see if it's up or not, sorry.
Not yet.
One moment, it is just coming up.
That's cool, thank you. Does feel a little bit like we're flying blind in these meetings, but here we go. Wonderful.
There we go.
Thank you. And just the next slide, please. So yes, just following on from Chair Angela's report, this is the Triffin's Leadership Award that we've been successful for the third time to win in the safety category. The project that was put forward was the upgrade of the Bryce Anglesey intersection, with the full intersection being put through to a raised safety platform. The judges panel, independent judges panel, notes there, and they're also in Chair Angela's report, so I won't sit on them any further, and we can just flick through to the next slide. So I guess that it's just really an indication that there is recognition of the work that we're doing, and a large amount of that recognition was the partnership approach that we took for delivering this particular project, closing the road, but working really closely through WSP, Waka Kotahi and Base Civil, who were the contractors, to ensure that we had a really effective and efficient way of delivering the project. So really just recognition of the work that we're doing, the fact that Hamilton City is still leading the way as far as safety leadership goes. And happy to finish there. Thank you.
That's fantastic to hear, Robin, and on behalf of the committee, please thank yourself and the team and everyone involved. It's really great to win these awards and get the recognition, as you say. So that's my chair's report. I'll move in due course, and Councillor Gallagher, you have a question?
I just brief comment and question. Well, sure. Comment and a comment if I can.
Yeah, sure.
Just congratulate our staff on the excellent award, and you know, I think that's great. And also, I've been very impressed with the way in which the team, Robin and the team, you know, work with surrounding businesses. There's some excellent businesses, including Capital Tyres and others, that, you know, around there. So thank you so much for that. I will be not a dissenting opinion, but I'm personally relaxed about the area of Avalon Drive, you know, going from 80 to 60, because I do think personally, once you get a certain volume of traffic, unless it's separated, all right, you know, median separated, then I'm prefer the 60. The only thing I think we could just point out to Waka Kotahi is they do need a sign halfway along there to remind people it's gone down to 60. But I think the main principle you're raising, and the Deputy Mayor and others, and I accept that, is the manner in which Waka Kotahi go about this. And basically it's a sort of, would appear to have been a take it or leave it approach. And I respect that particular concern you have, and I realise I might be in a minority on that one.
Great, thanks very much, Martin. Councillor Bunting, you're up next.
Thank you. Yeah, look, Martin, I don't think, well, if you're in a minority, you're in a minority with me on that one, with regards to Waka Kotahi's response on that. I'm disappointed, but just please, Angela, keep on trying. You know, just let them know we're not happy. But I wanted to also congratulate Robin on your team on your great work. The thing that inspired me the most about this is not so much the result of the intersection. We've all got differing opinions on that, but the way that you did it while the town was still going. And I think, Robin, can you tell me that quick joke you told me yesterday about the doctor talking to the traffic engineer? Because I think this really describes the strength of this team.
Yeah, so it was a mechanic basically challenging the surgeon as to why it costs so much to get heart surgery done. And so the heart surgeon basically said to the mechanic, if you can fix your car while it's still running, then you get paid the same sort of money that I do. So I guess the simile is that, we still do need to keep the city running while we do these works.
Exactly. So I just want to make that point that there seems to be, when we were looking at the Gordonton one, which you also won an award for, which is fantastic. It was the way they were handling traffic and handling people was really exemplary, and it sort of speaks to the service you're providing. So congratulations, big ups on the award. Well done. Well done.
Thank you.
You're the one to be beaten in the industry now. Fantastic.
Thanks, Councillor Bunting. Councillor McPherson.
Thanks. And I've got a slightly different take on that, which I'll come back to. But firstly, I think what I need to raise. Sorry, I'm just trying to stop a noise in the background there. The issue with Waka Kotahi, I think Martin identified, and whether we agree or not with the going down to 60, the way that Waka Kotahi, it wasn't a take it or leave it, it was just a take it approach. And the way they work with us as partners in our city is unsatisfactory if that's their response. And I note that I think it's David Spears is coming this afternoon, or sorry, later in the meeting. Of course, it'll be this morning, Madam Chair.
Yes.
But I think we need to use that example as an issue of, how not to work with your partner sort of thing, and discuss it with them, because we're facing a similar problem. And I don't know, Jeff, whether you've seen this with Southern Links and the email trail going around where they were going to go ahead and do all the design work and that, and then float it past us rather than including us from the start. And this whole issue of whose city is it really comes to light, and I'm sort of getting more and more aggravated, not necessarily with their outcomes, but with their approach. And I think that the issue that some of us have referred to, staff particularly, of one network, where, like they have in Auckland, where Auckland Transport is in control of everything, and they've got Waka Kotahi's responsibilities devolved to them in most cases as well, is the model to go for, really, provided we meet standards. We're in charge of our destiny under that sort of situation. And you can't say, looking at your report this morning and some of the Southern Links stuff possibly, that we actually are. So I think that's an issue we need to do something about. With the intersection and the Traffins Award, I have to say I totally agree with the other speakers on the process that our staff, Robin and our staff, have followed. Has been good for a long time, and we have far less ructions than a lot of other cities because we do it. The process is better. I have to say that I disagree that the outcome's any good at all, because if you look at that, including the photo that we've seen, it actually looks like just another standard roading intersection. Have been disappointed from when we saw the final design, and still am, that it doesn't look like something that's safe for pedestrians or cyclists to cross. And as a cyclist sometimes through that area and a pedestrian, it doesn't feel like it either. It just feels like any old roading intersection, and there's not even any paint on it to sort of define it as you approach. So that I'm going to keep raising that until we actually improve it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thanks, Chair Angela. Look, just very quickly, wholeheartedly agree with Councillor Dave. It's an attitudinal thing with NZTA, because and it's important that we do make this point, because it extends to a lot of infrastructure in our city. We have concerns about roundabouts, such as Dinsdale roundabout, which I won't let my girls drive through or cycle through or walk through, and other roundabouts which are at peak hour are dangerous. And it would be great to see us seriously look at some intervention in partnership with NZTA. So this sort of attitude with the Avalon Drive bypass and Southern Links, as Dave says, is really important, because we need to be a partnership given, the amount of involvement they have in our city. Yeah. Congratulations, Robin. Well done.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. And yes, certainly, I think there's a common thread appearing, and it would be good to make sure we send that message loud and clear this afternoon. I have absolute confidence that the committee will do that when Waka Kotahi presents. So thanks everyone. So the recommendation is on page 42, moved by myself, seconded by anyone? Thank you, Councillor Thompson. All those in favour, please raise your hands. And there are none against. That's carried. Thank you. All right. Our next item is item 7, and that is the regular update from Mairi on our water stimulus project delivery update. That's on page 46. And do we have Mairi in the room? Yes.
Yes.
Good morning, Mairi. How are you?
Good morning. Very good, thank you.
Good, good. Yep, we're up to your report. So you can present that or take that as read. I'll leave that up to you.
I will take it as read, but just add a point around the fact that we have actually, following the submission of the Quarter 5 report in January, we're now seeking a further instalment of funding of just shy of $2 million. So that should come in the next few weeks. And once this instalment of funding is received, we will have access to about $15.3 million or 88% of the total stimulus funding allocated under the program. So, and the next funding instalment is will be able to be requested from April on. So
Great.
I'm happy to leave it there and answer any questions anyone has.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Mairi. Are there any questions on the report? I have one, just might be the only one, just on my passion of the rainwater tanks. I know that the project's in its final phase and I'm super excited about that, almost excited, actually more excited than the security that we've done in our water assets. But just in terms of that final phase being undertaken in the sustainability strategy. So do you have sort of an approximate timeline on when we will get to, you know, have the discussion and see some detail and perhaps look at some options on that one, Mairi?
Yeah, so at this stage, we're looking probably aiming for the end of March, early April for the next, I guess, stage, which is probably going to be engaging with elected members on the sustainability strategy and what that means and how the rainwater tank project actually fits in with that strategy. So the strategy is going to be, I guess, proposing some decision-making criteria to help identify what is really good value for money in terms of particular actions like rainwater tanks, for instance.
Great, that's super exciting. Thank you. Councillor Van Osten.
Thank you, Mairi, and thanks for the fulsome report and update on projects, etc. Our other capital delivery teams report that there are increasing costs due to COVID and scarcity of resources, etc. And I'd be interested in your commentary on whether that same issue is being impacted on your projects, and also whether there is any opportunity for us to revisit any of the allocated budget that has coming from our end, but also from the grant, etc.
So I'll answer the second part of your question first. So the money that has been allocated is a fixed sum, so there is no opportunity to change that value in any way. But for the first part of your question, I'll probably hand over to Chris Barton, who is online at the moment, and he's probably best to answer about the escalating costs.
Yeah, thanks, Mairi. Yeah, so most of our works here we've now got contractually committed and awarded, so we have locked in prices and confirmed those. So understanding the pressures that are out there in the industry, and they are there, that is probably more likely to hit or be more impacted probably through some of our upcoming procurement rather than these works which are now contractually committed, and we've got pretty robust forecasts to the end of works. So yes, the pressures are there, but we've been managing to work through the program and got a relatively high level of confidence at this stage that we're on track to deliver.
And that there's adequate contingency within those budgets to allow for any of those potential fluctuations that might arise even in the committed projects, but that could be more impacted on some of those others that aren't, as you say, locked in.
Yeah. Yes, correct. That's right. Like I say, for most of these works now, we're well into the construction phase, and we've got relatively robust cost estimates through to completion of the works. But yeah, like I say, there are pressures on other parts of the delivery portfolio, probably more than within this program.
Great. Good to hear that we're on track. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Look, there are no other questions. Thanks, Mari. Thanks, Chris. So with that, I'll move the recommendation, which is to receive the report on page 46.
Madam Chair, my hand is not going up and I'm struggling to get it to raise.
Oh,
sorry.
Mayor Paula.
Apologies. That's all right. And then I struggled to get myself unmuted to tell you that. Never mind technology. A couple of questions. My iPad keeps going off. I'm really like you, delighted to see the rainwater storage tank incentive. I just want to understand, Mari, how this. I know we had a talk in the recent committee about the sustainability strategy in the Environment Committee. But what I would like to understand is how this integrates with the district plan review and the ability to put new technologies, water-wise technologies, into new houses and new subdivisions. Harder to retrofit, of course. That's one question, Madam Chair, and I've got one more.
Yes, we're certainly working with a number of people to make sure we've got really good alignment with a lot of the policy legislation as well as district plan provisions. And yes, it's a great opportunity to really get some really good actions locked in and able to be progressed through the district plan. So it all needs to work together, and that's something that we're putting a lot of emphasis on at the moment.
Okay, and I guess from my point of view, I'm just wondering about the time, because we've been talking about, no disrespect, but I know that Angela, myself and Sarah, and probably even last term, Angela, we were talking about rainwater and grey water for some time. It's just, and I'm not laying the blame on staff either, it's just incredibly slow to make traction with these new water technologies. What's the sort of estimated time of when something might actually be happening rather than just being planned for? And please don't take that the wrong way. It's not a criticism. It's just, I know how slow things go sometimes. And meanwhile, you know, houses are being built in the same way and all of that kind of thing.
Yeah, I probably can't provide an estimate of when that would be implemented, but like yourself, I'm very keen to see that done as soon as possible, because it's quite exciting to think about the opportunities that are out there that we could be utilising now.
Cool. And I wonder if with the integrated approach with some of our big developers, like, there's lots, some of those in Peacocks, Charles Marr, who's talked about these kind of future water technologies, and he's now just got a sort of a bit of a go ahead for his plan in Rotorua. Really excellent example to buddy up with him and get some trial things happening sooner rather than later. Is that possible, to work with some of the developers we already have talking with us?
Yeah, I guess at the moment, in terms of this particular project, we're looking at creating the path forward and making sure that we've got really good measures and targets to, I guess, inform decision making, so that we understand what technologies should just be progressed and which ones shouldn't be. But I guess we can look wider than the project and as to how we can integrate with some of those developments that are underway at the moment.
Thank you. Another question about
sorry, Mayor Paula, I've just had a message that Mark Davey has joined us, and he can answer in relation to district plan.
Good morning, Mark. And you heard this similar question from me 2 days ago. But sorry, got to bring up that integrated thinking.
I've just jumped on, so if you could repeat the question again, so I can have a crack at answering it.
It is around the rainwater and the new water technologies, and the planning is great and it's going ahead, and I'm assured that the teams across talking about how it will be incorporated or could be managed through the district plan review. My question is, when would we be able to see some tangible examples or projects to showcase this? And is there any possibility of getting alongside some of the bigger developers, some of the forward-thinking developers, and the many, but I just use Charles Marr for example, because he's got that go-ahead now with that Rotikoti development in a way. He's into the next phase of that. He'll be putting in for consents, there'll be negotiation and talk. He speaks of being pro water-wise subdivisions. I wonder, is that the time to really try something different and see how it goes?
Yeah, so a couple of points there. So I think initially, we should touch base with the planning guidance team and just see what they think or what they've seen through recently in terms of sort of best practice examples, because I'm sure there'll be some out there. So I guess that's one point. Second point is in terms of actually changing the policy settings. So that's something we're looking at, and there's a package of work underway at the moment in terms of around the vision and strategy, which we've talked about, which we're going to talk to you about on the 7th of March and again on the 10th of March at DP committee. So at the moment, from a district plan point of view, there's a whole lot of, I guess, water-based provisions in there, but they don't require any developers to do them per se. They're kind of optional. So we need to take a close look at that, and we're doing that at the moment.
Okay, just to crack on, and thank you for that. Appreciate that, Mark. Just Mari, in terms of the water leak detection program, maybe I've missed it. Sorry if there's an appendix or something. But when will we get an update on how that's tracking? Because we've done I know over the last 4 years we've done quite a lot around identifying and fixing leaks.
Yeah, so we've done a whole lot of work in 2 to 3 different sort of catchment areas around reservoirs, and I guess all that we've collected a whole lot of data before and after all the repairs have been done, and we're just trying to quantify exactly the benefits of the work that's been undertaken. So there have been a number of repairs that have been completed both on private and public networks. So, but yeah, we're just going through the process of pulling together all the data and doing a full benefits analysis on it. So we can share that probably at the next IO committee to share that with elected members.
Brilliant. And I do like education, but the Three Water, can you tell me a little bit more about the Three Waters Education Hub?
Yeah, so this is a really exciting area. So we've developed a model that can be easily picked up and taken around to different areas and used by different groups that shows the whole Three Waters service, so water, wastewater and stormwater. It's highly interactive, so people can pump water between reservoirs and treatment plants, and we've got stormwater detention devices where rainfall goes in, and it just shows at a very simple high level what happens with Three Waters across our city. There's also a lot of curriculum activities that we're developing at the moment that we'll go out to schools and work with schools on around different aspects of Three Waters education. And yeah, so it's really quite exciting in terms of what's happening in that space. So once again, as the resources come together, we can look at opportunities to share that with elected members so that you can see what's happening.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair Angela.
Thank you. Thanks, Mari. Mungo Norm, you're up next.
Yep, tēnā koutou. Mari, I just want to just probe a little bit on the engagement with NIWA in regards to the stormwater monitoring. What's become normalised now across the country is the principles of Māori and where mātauranga Māori aspects of monitoring of waterways and river systems and receiving waterways. It's all par for course now. So just a question around the work that NIWA are doing. Are there elements of cultural monitoring embedded within that? And if not, is the opportunity to do that, or is it too late?
Yes, that is within the scope of that particular project. The whole concept of Māori is also included in the educational mobile hub hub project. So there's a couple of areas where cultural monitoring and Māori of water is currently being looked at as part of the wider program. So yes, it is in the scope.
Great. I'm doing some work with Regional Council at the moment, and they're looking at our river schools. Oh, did you darken out there?
Yeah, the lights are turned off.
Okay. Just in terms of a river schools MOU, are you aware of conversations around a potential river schools MOU with Regional Council?
Yes, we're working with Regional Council and the House of Science, and I believe the river schools around the education program. So there are a number of entities involved there. So we're trying to get a really integrated sort of approach to that education program.
Yeah, great. And obviously I see Te Hao Te Whenua and Waikato Tānui in the tent within their kōrero. And I suppose the fundamental principle is this is where mātauranga Māori matters in regards to measuring and monitoring towards achieving Te Ture Whaimana. So thank you. Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Thank you, Norm. Mari, so much for only one question. Look, thanks again. And Mari, thank you for the I know we don't all get them, the emails with the template of quick reporting that you've done for those that expressed interest in receiving those. I found them really helpful and really a quick read. It's great. So I know you developed those little templates, so well done and thank you.
Thank you.
Right, so I've moved the recommendations on page 46. I'll move that the report be received, seconded by Councillor Hamilton. All those in, any debate? No, all those in favour, please raise your hands. And there are none against, that's carried. Great, thank you. Right, we are on page 67, item 8. This is a water network contract, and we have Chris in the room again. Morning, Chris. Have you had your coffee? I meant to ask you that before. You get angry without a coffee.
Oh, I wouldn't say angry, but yes, I've had my coffee. Thank you.
Good, good.
All
right, over to you, Chris. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll quickly introduce. So this report seeks approval to adjust an existing construction contract, which delivers water network renewals and minor upgrades. And this contract extension is to deliver some additional budgeted works through to June 2022. So the works planned to be delivered through the remainder of this financial year is a combination of planned water network renewals, as well as water connections to service development sites, which costs are paid for by the developer. So this is effectively an extension to an existing contract to continue delivering works which are already planned and funded and budgeted. We're not seeking any additional budget increases. It's just a delivery mechanism to continue to deliver our planned program. So propose to take the report as read, but happy to take any questions.
Great, thanks, Chris. Are there any questions from committee members? No? Chris, that's all quite clear. Thank you. All right, committee members, the report is on page 67 with a recommendation. I'm happy to move that. Can I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Bunting. I don't need to debate on this one. All those in favour, please raise your hands. And there are none against. Thank you. See, I'm angling for that apple pie, Councillor Bunting.
Yeah, I'm starting to get a bit worried, actually.
Right, we're on to item 9. This is the one of a few submissions in front of us today, and we've got the lovely Mari Porter back on this one. So Mari, you might want to present this one.
Yes, please. Yes.
Thank you.
Hello again, and I've turned the lights on. Unfortunately, Ray Simpson, who is the author of the report and the submission, is unable to be here today, so I'm presenting on her behalf. So I will do my best to answer any questions that might come up. So today's report is seeking approval of a council submission to the Ministry for the Environment on a consultation document proposing changes to the National Environmental Standard for sources of human drinking water. So the standard is an existing regulation made under the Resource Management Act, and the proposed changes are looking to further strengthen protection for drinking water sources, and in conjunction with the Water Services Act, ensures a comprehensive approach to managing risk to drinking water quality from source right through to the consumer's taps. There are 3 main areas of improvement that are proposed. So the first one is standardising the way in which source water risk management areas are defined around water sources. and the second is strengthening the regulation or the control of what activities can occur in those source risk management areas. And the third is increasing the scope of suppliers that are covered under the scope of the regulations. So the draft of the submission was circulated to elected members among Māori on the 10th of February for review. No changes or feedback were received, and so the draft submission in today's report is really unchanged from what was circulated earlier this month. So a copy of the submission can be found in attachment 1 on page 76 of Diligent. Overall, the draft submission is supporting the majority of the proposed changes and the intent to improve the protection around drinking water sources. However, the staff submission or the council submission does not currently support the concept of retrospective application of the revised regulations that's been proposed, or the ability for an applicant to avoid notification of that application if the supplier simply approves the proposed activity. We've also included some suggestions about further clarity and consideration in a few areas, such as the roles and responsibilities of regional and territorial authorities that just needs some clarification. As well as some clarification and consideration around the potential costs and the impact of regulation, particularly due to the uncertainty from the lack of data around water source location, and also the scale and timeframes for changes that may need to occur to regional plans, district plans, bylaws and consents. And we've also said that more consideration needs to be provided for how obligations that council have under other legislation to provide three waters, essential services, enable growth, and obviously restore and protect the awa can be balanced with the proposed regulations requirements. So at that point, take the rest of the report as read, but happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Great, thanks, Mari. Councillor Bunting, questions?
Thank you. Thanks, Madam Chair. Look, a very quick one. Thanks for this, Mari. So what happens from here? We send in our submission. Do you report back to this committee with their response to that submission, or how does it work?
Normally there would be, I think in this one, they're aiming for the changes to be gazetted by the end of this year. So there will be some feedback provided after their assessment of all the submissions that they've received. We can look to share that either through this committee or through exec update, if that is something that you would like to see.
I guess I'm just sort of thinking of the nature of our previous discussion regards waka kotahi and how they kind of just do what they're going to do anyway. I just want to make sure that we've got some really good two-way dialogue with this as we go. So I'd be keen to see some sort of reporting back, yes, please.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Bunting. Just before I go to Councillor Pascoe's questions, you raise a good point. I think we are a little bit haphazard in our reporting back on submissions. I think that's sort of overall committees. It depends on the item. So we may need to look at a new process to make sure we, always have that loop closed. So thanks for raising that. Yeah.
No problem.
Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, thanks. And thanks, Mari, for your for the report and your detailed explanation. I'm just trying to get my head around where this submission fits in terms of the new water regulator, who I figured eventually will be responsible for making sure that individual councils, territorial authorities actually deliver. And there's not a mention at all in the report about the water regulator. And the fear I have is that this report ends up in a totally different silo and never reaches across that, but I may be missing something that's pretty basic.
So the regulator for this particular piece of regulation is not Taumata Arawai. So the regulator the regulation is done via regional councils, but this piece of regulation fits really nicely with the Water Services Act, which is regulated by Taumata Arawai. So together they really form that whole source right through to tap coverage of drinking water quality and the risk to drinking water contamination. So, so it's predominantly with regional councils as a regulator.
So are you confident with your expertise in this area that there is a connection between what work we're doing here and how the regulator will ultimately carry out his or her function?
Yes, so under the Water Services Act, there are clear provisions within that Act that require regional councils and Taumata Arawai to work together and to share data and to make sure that there is that, I guess, that cohesive coverage of regulation between source water management and drinking water management. So yes, I'm confident that what is being proposed has really good coverage.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Pascoe. All right, Mairi, that looks like that's all the questions for this one. Thank you very much for your work on that. Committee members' recommendations on page 71. Somebody else going to move it? Thank you, Councillor Hamilton, seconded by Councillor Pascoe. Is there any debate? No, there is no debate. So all those in favour, please raise your hands. Are there any against? None against. That's carried. Thank you. We're going great guns here. All right, item 10, page 93, another submission. And I believe this one is here just due to timing. It would normally go to the Strategic Growth Committee, as I understand. So we've got Mark on the line. So Mark, would you like to present your report?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Good morning, councillors. Look, I'll take the report as read. The report really builds on a really good information session we had with you all about 3 or 4 weeks ago, and you provided some really clear direction to us as to the nature of the submission, and that was obviously the opportunity. We were also able to provide some overview as to what the RM reform sort of wider program is looking to achieve. So it was really good. We obviously went away, we drafted up the submission, circulated it for feedback, got some really good feedback from Councillor Hamilton, and so we've accommodated that, and it is what you see today. Just also note on that, so there's been further requests from Local Government New Zealand, and it's picking up on a number of the same sort of tenets that we've identified or sort of addressed in the submission. So there's a session on Friday with respect to that with you all. So again, you'll see quite a bit of overlap between the two. So I guess I'll just hand it back to you, Councillor, in terms of,
Yeah. Thanks, Mark. Councillor Hamilton, this is under your portfolio. Is there anything, I'm sure you're keen to move it, but is there anything you wanted to add? I saw your feedback that you sent through. Is he on the phone? Oh, no. You're on mute.
Sorry.
The most spoken 3 words in history now, eh? You're on mute.
Yeah. No, as Mark said, it's in draft 2. I think the submission was pretty good. It's just more of the same for us at the moment, trying to make sure they don't put one size fits all sort of methodologies over us. So I think the report's good. We've put more emphasis into future proof and the fact that we're already at the table with central government. And I assume there'll be an opportunity to orally submit as well, just to reinforce this, Mark, I guess, at some point.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Thanks, Councillor. Any questions on the report?
Chair Angela, if I can just add, Blair. Yeah. Morning,
I can't
councillors.
see you. Oh, yes, I can see you. There you are.
Yeah, how are you all? And thank you for letting us just bring this item to your committee, Angela. Just further to Mark's comments, you know, we're trying to be constructive but equally firm in our views here to the government. And as Mark has said, the further paper that's come out from the Local Government Resource Management Steering Group, which is quite a useful discussion document, that will be a further submission that we'll need to make by the 15th of March. So the intention, and I haven't spoken to Ryan yet, is that we'll take that as a late paper to the District Planning Committee on the 10th of March. So it's as another submission on a similar theme. And I think the key here is that we are continuing to advance the role and the importance of our voice as a metro council and the metro issues vis-a-vis the wider area reforms, which are very regionalised in their basis. So it's picking up a lot of parallels with the Three Waters theming around our voice. What we're doing at a metro level is very different to the wider context, and how we ensure that outcomes we're trying to deliver for our community are represented in this case, land use planning for long term. So thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Blair. Question, Councillor Thompson.
Thanks, Mark and Blair. My question is just I was just seeking clarification around what engagement central government has had with us to date on this, in terms of any engagement before putting out what they have.
Thanks, Councillor Thompson. Maybe I'll take a first crack at that, and then Blair can kind of fill in some of the blanks. But I guess this follows on the exposure draft of the Natural and Built Environments Act, second half of last year. And then following that, MFE decided that they would sort of provide the opportunity for local authorities to feed in at a higher level, which hadn't really occurred until that time. So this is the opportunity whereby we're sort of taking a step back and providing more of a macro view or opinion on what's going on. Because obviously when the MBA exposure draft came out, it was a draft piece of legislation that was very much in draft. So there were a lot of holes in it, and it really started to get down into the weeds of the nuts and bolts. So this is an opportunity for us to step back up again and take a more holistic view. But Blair will probably be able to add a little further.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Sarah. I think the government have recognised that they needed to do more in the space, and so that local government RM steering group, which is co-chaired, and one of the chairs is Mayor Toby Adams from Hauraki, was established late last year, and so they have been now starting to work and engage at forums such as Zone 2, which some of our councillors attend, and they're starting to reach out. And so this further discussion document, which came out in the last few days, is another example of how they're starting to engage and start to actually want to pick up councils' voices into this process, recognising that probably last year it was very much driven by officials and there was very little local government input. So I think they've seen the learnings from the Three Waters process and recognised they needed to engage in a more comprehensive manner earlier in the process, and so that's what we're now starting to see this year. So this further submission that Mark referred to, that we'll take to the District Plan Committee, as an example of how the central government, local government partnership is now engaging out and trying to seek our views through LGNZ.
Okay, and how genuine do you think they are in terms of actually taking feedback on board? Because, I mean, reading our submission, it all sounds like a slow-moving train wreck, and I'm nervous that, you know, there's still going to be a closed mind attitude when it comes to continuing to push this through.
Look, I think that we need to probably have multiple avenues of influence on this particular matter, Councillor Sarah. So our voice is not a voice alone, that we're working with our other colleague councils at both a metro level, through Mayor Paul and Lance, through LGNZ, through Future Proof, through various forums. I think we've seen a genuine recognition that there needs to be more movement on that local and sub-regional voice, for example, which is great. But ultimately, the proof will be in the pudding in terms of how we start to see the actual draft legislation as it's formed. So at the moment, this is all consultation based on thinking and direction. We actually haven't seen, apart from early draft and Natural Built Environment Act, any legislation. So indications are better this year, but still we need to see what they're going to come up with.
And is it worth, I guess, right now, while we've still got some time before another draft comes out, to actually team up with, say, the other metro councils or interested councils and put forward some alternative proposals? Is there a way that we can push back harder working with others to have a stronger voice on this? Because I think what we found from Three Waters was everyone really started to respond when it was quite a way down the track, but what can we do now?
So a simple answer is yes, and through Mayor Paula, we are starting to have those conversations with some of our Metro colleagues. So yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Thompson. Mayor Paula.
Thank you. Thank you. Hi, Blair. In respect to this, and I was reading the submission, the points, I think we should definitely strengthen the difference between the compliant large metros with water drinking standards and the other councils that are facing different challenges and experiencing much higher levels of non-compliance. I mean, there's quite a difference between Hamilton's occasional stormwater intrusion to there is having most of your assets below 20% compliant on a regular basis. So I'm wondering if, and also just in terms of the timeliness of dealing with spills, I was interested in your views on where we've pitched ourselves there, because we do tend to respond in a timely fashion. But
Mayor Paula,
spills are wastewater, not drinking water, so aren't they?
I don't wish to.
You're the wrong submission.
I wonder whether you're referring to the earlier submission that Maury Porter talked about, the one on the water sources consultation.
I'm on item 9.
No,
Oh yeah, we've moved on from there. So I was trying to understand your question, Paula.
Okay. Sorry, I'll move
10.
on. I had to take a call. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Happens to the best of us. Okay, so looks like there are no more questions now. The recommendations on page 93. Councillor Hamilton, are you happy to move that? Yes, great. Moved by Councillor Hamilton, seconded by Mayor Paula. Is there any debate? There is no debate. Let's put that to the vote. All those in favour, raise your hands. And there are none against. That's carried. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela.
Thanks, Blair. All right, we've got another submission. I'm seeing it's 11:15. Does everyone want to stop for a comfort stop now for 10 minutes? Yep. Okay, let's do that. 15 minutes. Let's come back at 11 a.m. Thanks, everyone. Right, it's 11 o'clock. We are back. Amy, do we have a quorum? Oh, it's a bit hard to tell, isn't it? It looks like all the videos are being flicked on. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Perfect.
That's quorum, right? Great. Okay, everyone. Right, we're back onto the agenda. We're up to item 11 on page 134 of diligence, and this is another submission to the Waikato Regional Council. And we will hand over to Robin. Now, just in the recommendations, just have a think. It delegates myself and Councillor Thompson as Chair and Deputy Chair, but very happy to have anyone else involved to just crafting the submission. We would just do that via email. If we think we need a Zoom chat and we have time, we'll do that as well. So just standard procedure there. So Robin, is Robin Evelisa, she on board?
Yes, and I'll I'll just quickly present on this one in terms of the business improvement report was commissioned by Regional Council through the Regional Connections Committee, and we held an EM briefing, an elected member briefing on this on the 9th of December last year. So WRC are now seeking Hamilton City Council's views on the report and feedback and on the recommendations, and they have provided us a series of 9 questions. The feedback views that have been asked to be completed by the end of February. And so since writing this report, staff have formally requested an extension to this because it was a very tight time frame with, as you see, the number of submissions coming through, which they have thankfully given to us, but the timing is now the 14th of March, around the 14th of March. Which we do thank WRC to give us that time. Okay. So staff are now working through the 9 questions in detail and the report. So we're taking the time to do that to enable staff to pull together just a start of the 10, so a draft response to those questions that will be provided to members for their feedback and change and review. So that we will also include the feedback we received in the December briefing. So in order to meet that feedback delivery time frame, the purpose of this report is just to approve that a submission will be provided through Hamilton City Council, and that as Councillor Angela also advised, just to pull together a working group to further develop and finalise the information in the plan alongside staff. So HCC will also be requesting an update or just a provision of update in the submission, because our council has made further decisions in regards to funding information. So we just wanting to capture that in their information based on the 7th of December Infrastructure Operations Committee. So take the report and happy to, yeah.
Thanks, Evelisa. And just committee members, it was at my request that we got WRC to present their findings and this business report. Was that last year, Evelise? It was last year, wasn't it? Late last year, yeah. So they did do that as part of their stakeholder engagement after that request went through. And I think, as I said, just open to anyone else who's interested, this business case, because I sit on the Connections Committee with some of my colleagues. This was a piece of work under that Connections Committee. And I think it's fair to say this is an opportunity. This is pretty wide gambit, I think, even though they've got those 9 questions. There's a lot of thinking that could go around and into our submission, and actually should. So yeah, just put that out there. So thanks, Evelisa. So we'll go to questions. Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Angela. I from what I'm seeing there, there will be once the subcommittee has come up with the submission, will there be any opportunity for it to come back to elected members for oversight first? Because that's a concern to me if there isn't.
Yep. I think there won't be time to go through the committee process, but our normal process with submissions is if a set of working group, members on a working group will come up and work with staff on a draft, then that gets member Mark sends that out and asks elected member feedback that goes sort of to and fro. So that normal process. I think that's right, Eva-Lisa, isn't it? There's not an opportunity time-wise to come back here.
Thank you. There's such tight timeframes for a lot of these things, aren't they?
Yeah. Very.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And also, I have noted Councillor Bunting that raised closing the loop as well. So I think I'll raise that with the Mayor in our next Chairs meetings. I think there's a process there with governance we can do. Councillor McPherson.
Thanks. Look, this issue isn't just an operational issue. It's quite a strategic issue about the future way of governing transport, particularly public transport and connections with Hamilton and the surrounding future-proof areas. So I'm a bit I don't have a problem with the direction here, except I think it's only the first step. I'm sort of underwhelmed by what staff have recommended. Look, point 6E was initiated dialogue on this. We've already had discussions here about how hopeless it's been trying to coordinate our involvement and input, both people and resources, other resources, and Waka Kotahi's and the regional councils, and trying to coordinate and synchronise them. And that's going to get more of a problem, not less of a problem, as we get it. We've sort of built to our boundaries. We're now trying to incorporate areas outside and look at their transport issues and how they impact on us. So I'm wanting a more grunty submission from a response from us than just initiating a dialogue. We've already initiated a dialogue. We want co-investment. It's got the initial steps that we've talked about, but it doesn't we're not expressing our end view of the sort of outcome that we want there and how that's going to make it theoretically easier for us to manage transport. Most of the transport issues in the Waikato affect Hamilton more than anyone else. But we've gone past just needing a dialogue. We need some action, and we need a plan that in a short term is going to I'm talking up to 5 years, is going to get implemented and allow us, Hamilton City, to influence transport outcomes across the whole region, knowing that that's going to make our life easier when we're looking at expanding areas, looking at the transport services coming to the city, looking at the numbers of cars coming to the city, all those sorts of things. So, I'm saying I think we're in slightly not the wrong headspace, Angela, but I think that's only part of the headspace we need to be in.
Yeah. Dave, do you want to be on the working group, or are you just happy to do it by email?
Well,
okay,
no,
great.
I do.
Okay.
Not me personally, but I think strategic growth and economic development as well issues are sort of quite important in here.
Yeah. I think I agree with you, and I think this is also, I hear what you're saying, it's also the opportunity for us to talk about and advocate for a different model, moving towards that ATED principle.
Yep.
And the PT Business Review case that they did certainly opens the door for all of that, and in fact actually sets out that roadmap towards what that would look like and the different steps we would take. So
that was a question I had. It actually, the one from the regional council sort of sets out the roadmap perhaps better than our own submission.
Yeah.
Our own submission is a little bit, sorry, Eva-Lisa, is timid.
Yes, that's generally our approach, because we just don't know which way elected members would like us to go. And so absolutely agree with you. This is really, really important for Hamilton City Council to formalise that future approach for transport within the region. Yeah, because it does indicate that in the report.
Thanks, Angela.
Thank you, Dave. Just for staff, I am sensing that a chat with this working group, a face-to-face chat or a Zoom, whatever we are, rather than just email, would be really beneficial to set that direction. Thank you. Any further questions? There are none. Okay. All right. So the motion. So Amy, can we just change C there? That delegates myself and Councillor Thompson. So Dave, you specifically, because you said strategic growth and economic development, but I mean, I'd appreciate you being involved if you've got the time.
Yeah, I'm
okay.
good. I sort of think it's got that Tawaka sort of should have some sort of influence there, because that's part of the reason we're looking broader than our own area. I don't know with Ryan, I haven't spoken to him.
Okay, all right.
You want another job, Ryan?
Yeah, Ryan, would you? No, he doesn't. Okay.
Yeah, Chair,
Ryan, you need to sub. Oh, Rob?
I'm happy to volunteer to go on.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Rob. Appreciate that. All right, Amy, you've got those names there. Councillor Thompson?
Thanks, Chair. When I read the item in the agenda, I saw the report and the questionnaire, but I didn't actually see any draft submission. Have I missed that?
No, we haven't completed that. We're working through that draft submission now, just to get that flat. We haven't. We're just pulling together the information and the feedback that we've originally received to actually, for elected members, to build on that. So we haven't provided a draft submission yet, but Councillor Dave may have been commenting on the wording in the report.
And on some of the themes that we were indicating.
I was quickly updating and syncing and looking for it. But
sorry.
But so no, we sort of put some mild comments into our report.
Okay. Great, thanks, Amy. So, Amy, could you just pop that changed resolution then up on the screen for us? And I'm happy to move that, and that includes Councillor McPherson and Councillor Pascoe.
And Mayor Paula appears to be seconding.
And Mayor Paula is seconding. Thank you very much. All right, so everyone can see that. And as I said, the normal process is to that the draft from the working group will get emailed, and there'll be time to go backwards and forwards on including anybody else's feedback. All right, so that's been moved by myself, seconded by Mayor Southgate as the mover. I'll just say just a couple of words. I know we're inundated by submissions at the moment, and it does put staff and elected members under the pump. Nothing has changed in the 15 years I've been on council, and I'm sure Councillor McPherson would probably, and Gallagher and Wilson would probably say the same. But that's just the nature, I guess, of our business. Look, this is really important. I have read that the business case on the PT review several times, and it's quite sober reading. But in terms of the challenges for PT, and I know that there is a wide range of views around the table, and I appreciate everyone's views on that. This is probably a fairly lengthy journey that PT will go through, but I think we're well on the track with the Metro Spatial Plan, and our acknowledgement that we're the fourth largest city and growing. Faster than some of us would like. I quite liked Hamilton when I moved here in the 80s, but however, this is the start of quite a big piece of work, I think. Mayor Paula, is that to debate or just still your seconder? Yep, no, all right.
Debate,
okay.
Thank you.
Oh yes, debate, Mayor Paula.
Yep, sorry. Thank you for that, and thank you for the work that you have all done on the Connections Committee. I know it's been an interesting time over the last period of time trying to infuse our thinking into that structure. I just want to say I do support this group because I support a focused look, and I support the comments of Dave, which are around that whole future-proof growth connections. But all more than that, I'd go wider and say that we need to work with our metro neighbours, because if you look at rail, for example, we know that the success or failure of an intercity option rests on both partners being in the game. I think there are some things to explore with Tauranga Bay Plenty also. But what in terms of passenger transport more locally, I think what's required now is a step change. I've been on hearings panels from the regional public transport plan twice in my political career, and I've seen what is planned for and what is needed to really create a vibrant passenger transport system, notwithstanding things do change. I get that. And we're still nibbling around the edges in terms of real progress. We know some of the things that we need to do to really kick this into the next gear, but we also know those come with considerable sums of money, that retrofitting a city for a modern transportation system, PT system, is not easy and it's not cheap. We're in particularly hard times at the moment, so we're trying to work through passenger transport at a time when people hunkering down because of COVID, but we know that they will come out again and need to move around the city as we get into things like the housing bill, with the parking requirements having been substantially altered. We know we're going to come face to face with the need for a modern PT system quite quickly. So look, I welcome this. I look forward to seeing the work that you can produce, and I do think in terms of regional council, they have a number of Hamilton representatives, but the rest are scattered through the region and probably less interested. We need to focus on the Hamilton situation and develop a strong partnership where all parts of the puzzle come together at the right time. So I appreciate your work, Madam Chair, and Dave as well, and the advocacy that you've done at Regional Council. And I really want to crank this up a gear now. Thanks.
Great, thank you, Ms. Southgate. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. This is a really important piece of work. The misalignment between infrastructure to support public transport services and the funding for the services themselves is continuing to be a really big issue. We've got a couple of high frequency routes that we're trying to get underway, but the infrastructure isn't there. We've really done probably less than the bare minimum to support those. So this is really about aligning those two things, and you only need to look to something like the Cambridge connection, the connection between Cambridge and Hamilton, to see how complex it can be with territorial authorities funding the infrastructure and regional council funding the services, and then Waka Kotahi being in the whole mix as well, with 5 different entities working on one project and trying to align funding rounds is near impossible. Where I think we need to tread carefully though, and I guess talk with Auckland Council and understand what their challenges have been is around the suggestion of an Auckland transport model. There have been some big headaches with that model, and it's called a council controlled organisation, but there is very little control that the council has in many ways. So I just think that we need to be looking through our options really carefully when it comes to looking at how we provide an integrated model going forward. But really looking forward to getting into that submission.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you. I just want to commend all the work that's been done. Obviously, we are the 4th major metro, and this is all about that total integration with the region. I want to commend the work that you and Dave and Sarah, Ewan, are doing in the Regional Connections Committee. And that particular committee, I think, is more or less fit for purpose, unlike the so-called Regional Land Transport Committee, where, as we will discuss later in this meeting, the 4th largest metro in this country is unable to even have a second voice on that committee, given the complex needs of our city. I won't go there at all because that's later on, Madam Chair.
Yeah,
I see.
Thank you.
I see you're looking at me very kindly. But I think, these are, major challenges. I do pick up Sarah's point around whatever structures, whatever approaches we have. We want region-wide. We want, one network models. But it's very important that, unlike AT, that we do have, proper accountability to our population. And as this region grows, and again, I'll talk later about our lovely our Chamber of Commerce progressive approach, which I'm a bit disappointed in. Obviously this is an integrated public transport, where there's rail, there's bus, there's all sorts of options, but very important piece of work, and all the best to the working group.
Thanks, Councillor Gallagher. Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, look, I'm jumping in on this one. I hadn't really planned to speak, but I'm getting the sort of feeling around, and certainly an earlier infrastructure operations meeting, that we're all heading down the pathway of wanting to improve and increase this mode shift in our city, and I don't really see it working. I see us spending an awful lot of time talking about it, rolling out big dollars with a limited uptake by residents. We heard this morning the concerns of cyclists. I think public transport is well advanced in the mode shift movement, and upsizing this now or sooner may be a more economical outcome to deal with some of the issues that the cyclists raised this morning about, suburban parking issues, and it may also be a faster option than rolling out more cycleways. So I'm hoping my new boy on the block approach to joining this working group may help perhaps push forward some ways of achieving mode shift, and excuse me, and achieving it on a much more timely basis. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor. Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Sorry, I've got a phone call. I won't speak after it.
Okay, thank you. All right. Look, I am going to exercise a right of reply. Look, I just want to say, and again, I appreciate all the views around the table, and we have some quite polarising views on PT, but it's not just about public transport is mode shifted and is creating mode choice. We've advocated for rail quite, in my view, quite successfully, and the future looks good in terms of increasing passenger rail, the government looking at rapid rail, and it's connecting all of those things. It doesn't mean, PT doesn't mean in 10 years' time we'll have even more big buses on the diesel buses on the road with 3 people on it. That's not the future of our city. And I know that I don't have an in-depth knowledge of the Metro Spatial Plan at all, but Councillor McPherson certainly does. But the future is about mode choice, and it is the opportunities for us to be a city of the future, if you want to say that, it is there, and it is there for the taking, and it's up to us as governance to move in that direction. I am a big fan of mode choice, and we've heard that cyclists, contrary to Councillor Pascoe not passing any on his way to work, has increased by 20%. Honestly, I see them everywhere, so you need to move to the west, Councillor Pascoe. So we do need to shift our thinking when we talk about PT to be rail, to be the flex buses, those small buses, which are fantastic. And Councillor Thompson is organising a trip for us as soon as we can safely do that on the little wee flex buses. And we're going to drag you all through the Comet and the Meteor route. So Sarah's doing that. So yeah, I just challenge members to shift their thinking that it's not all about more big buses that are empty travelling our streets, because I don't want to see that, and I know the members don't either. It is a new world out there, and we've often joked in the past about hoverboards and all of that stuff, and they're being created and being used overseas. So just want to plant that seed, I suppose. So thanks, everyone. So this is on page 134. It has been moved by myself, seconded by Mayor Paula. So all those in favour, please raise your hands. Thank you. And it looks like there are none against. Thank you. That's been carried. All right, next item. We're tracking along really well, everyone, but I shouldn't have said that because the next couple of items will probably take a while. So we're on page 144 now. This is the Tristram Collingwood intersection upgrade, and before I hand over to staff, and we've got Chris Barton here again to present the report and questions. Amy can circulate. There is a motion put forward by Councillor Thompson, so we can circulate that at some point and get that on the board, Amy, for just so members have that in front of them. So, so am I over to Chris or over to Grant?
Over to Grant.
Oh, thanks, Grant. Over to you.
So, morena all, for those that don't know me yet, my name's Grant Trigger, Project Director working in Chris Allen and Chris Barton's team. So thanks for the introduction. So yeah, we're here to discuss Tristram Collingwood Street intersection. I'll do a brief on it, which is in its current form, it's got limited safe pedestrian and cycle options with a history of incidents. In addition to this, in its current state, an additional 700 employees are expected to work from the ACC building, increasing demand by later this year. The upgrade is included and planned within the 2021-2031 long-term plan. Council staff have assessed a number of options to date and coming up with the recommendation we have today, including traffic lights and roundabout adjustment options. On balance and taking into account all modes, staff have recommended to retain the existing roundabout and provide zebra crossings and safety platforms at each leg of the roundabout, plus off-road shed paths. We've also recommended that funding for this upgrade is invested in improving walking and cycling facilities to the intersection along Tristram North of the intersection to better connect with Ward Street and the Western Rail Trail, and along Tristram South to the intersection towards Thackeray Pembroke. So today we're seeking approval on the macro scope for Tristram Collingwood intersection upgrade to retain the existing roundabout as mentioned and provide those raised safety platforms and zebra crossings on each leg, and also approval of the macroscope for walking and cycling improvements along Tristram Corridor, both north and south of that roundabout. From this point, I'll take the report as read and happy for any questions for the team.
Thanks, Grant. Before we move to questions, I know there will be some. Committee members, just a reminder that I know we've gone through a lovely break, but late last year we had a drop-in session on this, and we remember we did an excellent piece of governance where we asked for the Dutch roundabout to be peer reviewed, and it came back and we had a table in that drop-in session. We talked about it and we had a table that showed that evaluated all the different options and in terms of pedestrian outcomes, impacts on the network and safety. So I know it's very difficult for politicians to remember. We deal with an immense volume of information, but I just wanted to remind everybody of that.
Yes, and probably that, just to highlight.
Sorry, Grant.
Sorry. Oh, just to highlight that around that, some of that detail. I mean, some of the detail around that protected signals was 3 kilometre the queue lengths and 15-minute, 14-minute delays.
Yes, that's right. And
which is what we tabled previous.
Yeah, and the peer review ended up being that in that particular location, the Dutch roundabout wasn't recommended. So that's why we're here at this point today. Amy, can we just, before we go to questions, although there's none at the moment, can we pop up Councillor Thompson's motion, because that ensures that there's a level of this design and work coming back to the committee, and I know that members will be happy with that. So if we can just
it's also been emailed to everybody.
Oh, even better, probably. Okay, so as we work through questions, if you can just look at that, because I think that will give members a level of comfort, and thanks to Councillors Thompson and Bunting for working on that in terms of that coming back. So let's move to questions if there are any. And remember, this is the macro scope, so we are dealing with high level principles here at this stage. Councillor Bunting, thank you.
Well, thanks, Chair Angela. Yeah, I'm just looking at the diagram on page 147, or 153, I beg your pardon, but yeah, okay, the diagram. Those raised platforms coming on Collingwood Street, I'm just comparing it to the Te Araha Street intersection. Are they as close to the roundabout as those ones are in Te Araha Street, or are they a little bit further back?
I haven't
Robin,
got. Yeah, I'll probably direct that one to Robin or Darman.
Good morning, Councillor. So these ones are different to the Te Araha Grey intersection. The Te Araha Grey intersection has a single lane approach and departure and circulating for vehicles. And so that enables us to put those raised safety platforms at the intersection and be comfortable that we're providing safe provision for pedestrians and cyclists. At this intersection, so Tristram Collingwood, we have the same problem that we brought to you for the Boundary Heaphy intersection, which is that we have 2-lane approaching, circulating and departing. And I'm not comfortable with us providing a raised safety platform at the intersection because of the likelihood of having a large vehicle create a shadow. So imagine a large vehicle pulled up and stopped for a pedestrian, another vehicle approaching not actually being able to see them. So that shadowing effect resulting in a pedestrian being struck. So that's why in this case, we are looking at having those raised platforms and zebra crossings set further back from the intersection where we believe it's safer and we've got a single lane of traffic and all of that sort of merging and racing type stuff has been sorted.
Okay, so is it anticipated that if I was driving, I'm just looking at the map there, the bottom one, if I was driving from Collingwood to carry on up Collingwood Street, and there was a car, is there room for a car to stop in front of that raised platform there, or what's the procedure there?
I'm just struggling because I can't necessarily see the pictures you can.
Oh, sure, okay.
Would you like me to share my screen?
That would be helpful, I think, if we could.
Yeah, that'd be great, Grant.
Yeah, the one that goes from
talk about the same picture.
Wintec across to the BP, basically, that one there. I'm just concerned about the space there is, because I know at Te Araha Street where people are trying to get across, you find people stopping. There we go. People stopping at the over the intersection and over the pedestrian crossing. It's just a little bit ambiguous. So
yes. So for those, for Collingwood Street, now I can see the plan. Yep. For Collingwood Street, where we've only got that single lane, the design is set up such that there is room for a vehicle to get in front and then do their manoeuvres around the intersection and just have that zebra crossings and that setback slightly further.
And those are raised, is that right?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. And next question, how, I see the brown lines there. How wide are those? Like, are they're designed for shared path type sort of things or what? The brown footpaths that go up along Tristram and along, all the way along Tristram.
Yes. Is Darman online?
Yes, I'll take that. So the brown footpath, which we can see, that's existing footpath. So that's just highlighting where the existing sections of the existing footpaths are. The blue, which you can see, is where your proposed new shared path will be across the four corners of that Tristram Collingwood roundabout.
So if I was cycling from Ward over by the opposite regional council, and then going along southbound along Tristram, is it anticipated that I would cycle on the road with what do you call it, separators or?
Yeah, so on road there will be a marked cycle lane with a buffer of about 0.5 meter, which will house cycle separators.
Okay, cool.
So that's for north and southbound, so in both directions.
Yeah, okay. No, that's great. Thank you. That's all I've got, Chair Angela. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Right, there doesn't look to be any other questions. at this point. We understand obviously it is a macro scope, and thanks to again Councillor Thompson and Bunting for putting that comfort in that it will come back and there'll be opportunities for elected member feedback. So
happy to second or whatever.
Councillor Bunting's the seconder.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Paula. All right, so Councillor Thompson, did you want to speak to your motion?
Sorry, Councillor Angela.
Oh, Councillor Wilson, yes, question.
Yeah, sorry. I just want to drill into the financials a little. Can staff update me whether or not the projected cost has been peer reviewed?
Pass that one there to you there, Darman.
So we have done an estimate of what the project is going to cost, and it's gone through our internal review process.
And I guess that those estimates are based on existing contracts that we have in place too, Darman. So we do have a contract in place, Councillor Ewan, for doing this type of work. So we're using their rates rather than, we're not looking to go out to market, which I think might be what you were concerned about with the escalation inflation type issues we're dealing with.
Thank you. So you're saying that just remind me, I saw the quantum there somewhere, 3 million.
3.1.
3.1. So that's what you're telling me is the price.
That's the budget we're working to, yes. So we'll be looking to scope the works within that, but we'll also be looking to try and look at opportunities for getting additional co-funding from Whakatahi as we can as well.
Right. So as Councillor Thompson's amendment requires on sort of ongoing dialogue on design, are we comfortable that that would also include frequent update as to actual cost? Because let me assure you, I will, and I think others will be very disappointed if in fact this is more than what you're saying.
Yes, we appreciate that. And certainly as we get better information around funding availability and costs to deliver, we will be having those conversations along with what the potential scope may be for the project.
Right. So in other words, you're saying that we can stop this if the costs, you'll have certainty by the time you start the project.
Yes, and I think the work we're looking at is we've got a macroscope approval. That's what we're seeking today. And once we get down and refine that work, then we'll have a better idea of costs. Those costs are based on a contract that we have in place already. So that provides us with a greater degree of certainty than if we were going to go out to the market to get estimates, to get prices. So yes, but the scope can be amended if we need to. It may be that other parts of work can be held off or can be funded via other processes. But I see that as being part of that iterative process that we work through with elected members over the intervening period before we actually start digging any holes.
All right, and final question, just remind me, have staff reached out to ACC in terms of working with them about how they intend to encourage their staff to access the building in light of the changes we're about to make on on all of our citizens' behalf, but particularly to help them?
I guess there's two parts to that. So I know that Darman has certainly been working with ACC and keeping in touch with them, not only with their progress, but making sure that they're well aware of the proposed works that we're doing. The other work that we've been doing with ACC is engaging with them on the development of a workplace travel plan, because ACC are going to be in a similar position to what the regional council were and their journey that they described on Tuesday, where they're moving from a different location where they've got a lot more parking available to this one. So I guess twofold interaction with ACC happening currently.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Robin. I had, well, Grant, I had a question just around the contribution that was supposed to come from the ACC development. It's kind of like a question mark in the report at the moment as to how much or whether we're going to receive that contribution.
So we do have a PDA, private developers agreement, in place with ACC for funding, and I don't have the exact details of that, but I think it's also probably not appropriate to have it in a public forum. So that if elected members want that detail, we can perhaps provide it in a different format.
Okay.
But we are still working through that. That is part of the conversation with ACC, and yes, we are pursuing making sure that we get that paid.
Cool. Okay, some kind of update on that would be helpful at some point, because I think then that also speaks to that. I think is it D or E in the motion around, you know, if we have room to further those connections, then that would be helpful, because we're only half. We're almost there to Victoria Street, but not quite. So those connections, if we can join them up a little more, would be helpful. So an update would be great. Thanks.
Thank you. And Councillor Hamilton, thank you. He's got to pop out now. Councillor Pascoe.
Yes, thanks. Just a couple of questions. One following on from Councillor Ewan, and that's around the consultation with the local businesses. And that's, you've covered that off to some extent in paragraph 36. Have you had initial discussions with some of those local businesses? Because I, you know, just a helicopter view, there's a lot of car movements in and around that particular intersection with a BP service station. There's Wintec, there's a daycare centre, there's Girls High. Have you had initial discussions, and I know you say you've still got to do that, in terms of how that the raised platform arrangement would work with them?
So we've had initial discussions with ICC and TGH, and they have been very supportive of what we've tabled today here at this meeting. The wider consultation, what we have done through this process is all the access and things have been maintained, and it's a matter of seeking a resolution through this meeting before we go out to the businesses and wider public for further feedback.
Do you think we're putting the cart before the horse, in the sense of saying, well, this is what we're planning to do, and it will come it could come as a surprise to the number of businesses who may be affected adversely or not by the proposed changes? I mean, so I can understand TGH and ACC being quite receptive to the changes, but I'm not quite so sure about the BP service station, Wintec, Girls High, the daycare centre that's halfway up the hill, necessarily finding what we're telling them we're going to do before we've had an opportunity to, or before they've had an opportunity to be consulted.
So I guess, Councillor Rob, this is the age-old problem that we have with these projects, is being able to go out and have an informed discussion with the community prior to or after actually having some approval from elected members to what we're looking at and the fact that elected members are in support. So it is always a difficult thing. I think what we do genuinely have here is a concept. And when we go out and consult, we are genuine with wanting to understand what the impact is on those properties, and will genuinely work with them to try and find a solution that actually means that they're not negatively impacted, and in many cases will actually make a big improvement for them. So the likes of Girls High and that sort of thing, there's some really great opportunities here for moving these students around safely, and for the Wintec and others as well. But all I can say is that it's almost a chicken and egg type situation that we end up with. So it's probably a higher level discussion than this project, and is something that, you know, we have this difficulty. When do we engage with community? When do we engage with elected members? At this stage, we choose to keep elected members well informed before we go out, such that when we do start this engagement, if elected members are contacted by these folks, then at least you have an understanding of what it is that we're talking to them about.
I appreciate what you're saying, Rob, and it's just perhaps a matter, the next step is to make sure that we've got our comms, you know, because maybe these businesses may not know what a macroscope is. You know, they may think it's all going to happen because today we've approved it. So it may be that the answer, the way forward will be to make sure that our comms around this is perhaps better than what it's been in some of the other roading changes that we've rolled out or started to roll out around the city in recent months.
Rob, can I just, sorry, Robin, can I just say that will come out of the lessons learned as well from Innovating Streets. Staff are working on, and I've got on my notes as well to keep an eye on that, and processes may come out of that, which is exactly what you're talking about.
And I'm aware of that, Chair.
Why we did that exercise, yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. And my last question is around, this is paragraph 39, which talks about the external funding contribution from TGH. Now, I understood that we had an amount and that TGH had either paid it or agreed to pay an amount. Am I
correct? Yes, we have a signed PDA for this. Yes.
Okay. And is that will that contribute to the 3.15 million, or will that be an amount that is? Sorry, I'm not saying this right. Is it likely that the total cost will be the 3.1 million plus the contribution from TGH?
It's my understanding. I don't know if Chris Allen's online to. I haven't dealt with PDAs before, so Chris may be in a better position to comment on how we deal with that.
Yeah, look, I don't know the answer to that, Rob. My assumption, and Chris Barton can correct this, the estimate would be 3.1, and the revenue wouldn't be on top of it from what we get from TGH. Like our what we program as the cost to do the job is 3.1, then the revenue line would be just how we pay for it. So I don't think it's 3.1 plus the TGH cost.
Okay.
And I'll get that corrected. As we're speaking, if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure I'm right that 3.1 is the cost and the revenue is just how we pay for it.
Okay.
Yeah, that is, just to clarify that is correct. The current forecast to deliver this job is the gross cost of 3.15.
Okay, and is the amount excuse me, the contribution by TGH, is that publicly available, or is that still excluded amount, public excluded amount?
It's not a publicly available at the moment, but we can provide an update of that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Robin.
Okay, Councillor Bunting.
Actually, no, Rob's asked and answered mine. Thank you.
Great. All right, thank you. Okay, so that's all of the questions. Councillor Thompson, is that you're just putting your motion into the chat as well? Yeah, okay. So it's in chat and on an email as well. We might want to just pop that up on the screen for transparency for the public as well, please, Amy, when you get a second. Okay. Councillor McPherson, do you have a question? Or
just a question about
Yep.
the meaning of the motion, if I can, thanks.
Sure.
You can leave it up there. Does this mean that the final design comes back? And I was going to speak to this, but I'm concerned about where the pedestrian crossings will be without going to that debate here. Am I going to get that word macroscope is about as bad now as pivot. I'm not sure what it means, but everyone uses it. Is there going to be a chance to have a better placed pedestrian crossing that we can peruse, or does the macroscope mean we're going to be stuck with whatever they come up with? So I don't understand that part
That's
of
a good
the
question.
motion.
So I believe that what we're asking elected members to approve today is basically the layout that you see in these plans. And so while the pedestrian crossings may move slightly, that will be to accommodate drainage, vehicle entrances, turning paths, that type of detail that as we get into the detailed design. It would not see those zebra crossings suddenly jumping to being right at the intersection, for example, on Tristram Street.
Okay, Madam Chair, I'm going to want to move an amendment then.
Yeah.
Well, I'm happy to consider amending the wording as well, if Mark is, to take into account.
I think this is so contentious that council needs to be willing to live with the final result.
Because Dave, I was just thinking we could say approves the macro scope subject to staff reporting back on alternative placements for the Tristram Street zebra crossings or something like that, without making it too complicated. Because just taking on your feedback around wanting it to be closer to the desire lines, and then that gives us an opportunity to get on with work. But also, well, Robin, does that look okay? That can we
change the word zebra? Can we change the word zebra to pedestrian, because it may not be a zebra? It might be some. They have all sorts of. They have antelope crossings and all sorts.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm happy.
So I guess my only thing, elected members, is just making sure and mindful of the ability for us to get through to formal committee meetings for this reporting back. So for example, the April meeting, we are now starting to prepare for those committee reports now, and making sure that we can still keep these things moving. So I'm not trying to undo elected members' ability to be involved, but I'm just, I guess, worried that if we're not careful, if we keep pushing this through committee meetings, that does create delays, and there is a potential we might miss the April.
Madam Chair, I understood we were going to get back at this meeting more than one design. We were going to get some alternatives that included points like the one that I've raised to do with the placement of pedestrian crossings at that intersection at Collingwood Street, that we were going to get them as part of it here. We did get some alternatives last time, and there wasn't agreement on what they should be. I don't mind losing a vote, but I don't like not being able to actually have a discussion about the alternative. So that's why I'm asking for it to come back.
Yeah, look, it's certainly we shouldn't be, and everyone would know my feelings on the lack of time that elected members have often with reports and things, and I know that the pressure is on staff as well, that it would simply have to be a late item then. I'd rather that and the report reflect elected members' wishes than us be constrained by some reporting process of documents in a system. So I know that elected members will be comfortable with that as well. So as chair, I will accept that responsibility that it can be a late report. So with that, Councillor McPherson, is the changing in wording there?
Yep.
Does that cover off here? Okay.
Yeah, I now understand what macroscope means.
Yeah. No, look, that was a really good question. Yep. All right, Robin, I just have a question in terms of construction time frame. I think, was this set in our budgets and planning to be this season?
I'll get Darm to confirm that. I think my initial response is yes, but Darman's...
Yeah.
Yes, correct. We are looking at construction by the end of this calendar year.
Yeah, okay.
Obviously, there's quite a bit of work to be done in terms of consultation and getting everything ready. So, and ACC buildings due to open early next year. They've had some delays as well. So,
yeah, of course.
It works for us, I think.
So that, it does. That was what I was looking to find out. Councillor Van Osten.
Look, thank you. One really late question from me with regard to a comment that Councillor Sarah and Dave were making with regard to desire lines and where pedestrians will want to cross. Are there any features in what you're planning that will, I guess, stop people from crossing right outside their building across that Tristram Street in double-laned approach to the roundabouts?
No. So
I just know that Robert,
able-bodied fleet of foot type people will continue to be able to find the gaps and to get across. The facilities that we're providing are for those who seek the additional safety and need the additional support.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
All right, that has disposed of all the questions. So we will, if we just have the motion back on the screen for transparency. Thanks, Amy. So Councillor Thompson, you're the mover. Would you like to speak to this item?
Yes, okay, thank you, Chair. I firstly just want to say thank you so much to staff who have been working on this, and there's been some back and forth with options, but I really do think that it's important we have a good decision, particularly in this area, which is a really busy area. I think it's not the end ideal outcome, but it is actually a really good outcome and good progress in terms of making this area a lot safer for all users. And I wanted to particularly thank staff for actually considering all users when looking at this intersection, and also looking at the connections to it, because there's no use having a provision at an intersection for people to walk and bike, but then have nowhere to go or nowhere to come from. And I think that, a real positive with this approach is that we're able to spread the funding that we have a bit further in providing treatments to both the intersection and those connections. So I think I'm excited by this project. It is, as I said, not totally ideal. The desire lines don't match, and the concern is that people won't always use the crossings that are in place because of the distance they'd need to walk. But I also acknowledge the difficulty we have in trying to deal with driveways and double lanes and everything. So if we can move them closer to those desire lines, it would be fantastic. But otherwise, I think this is a good step forward. And I would just want to note, if we are able to get co-funding from this, I think that's a really good opportunity to make this local shares stretch a bit further, to actually get those connections, to connect to Victoria Street, to Pembroke Street, so that we are creating all those connections that we've been talking about. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Bunting as a seconder.
Thank you, Chair Angela. Yeah, I'd like to also thank Councillor Sarah for leading the charge on this. It's been a pleasure to work alongside you, or a couple of steps behind you on this one. It's been very cool. Thank you to staff. Look, this is, as Sarah said, never going to be an ideal intersection. I mean, it's proven to be very dangerous. We've had a cycle fatality on this very intersection in the past. There's a great big tree in the middle of it. There's a lot of traffic, and now there's about to be a 700-person building right beside it. So, yeah, it's a perfect storm. But I'm compliment staff on the way that we've walked through this. I mean, originally it was a Dutch-style roundabout in the Waikato Times, and it has kind of evolved or devolved, or it's come to this. So I'm quite happy with the way it's plotted on. As a cycling advocate, it's not an intersection that I'll be looking forward to using, but I am aware that there are other places I can get to my destination through this. So this is one of those, if you like, it's expensive, don't get me wrong, but it's also not one of those big and shiny projects like the Western Rail Trail, like Claudelands Bridge, like all those sort of things. It is making the best of the situation we've got. We've got co-funding from other parties by the looks of it. We are still going to be working on Waka Kotahi by the looks of it. Staff are being flexible with desire lines and pedestrian crossings by the looks of it. So I'm really happy with the way it's gently progressing through. So thank you, Sarah. Thank you, staff. Glad to second it.
Thank you. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you. Look, I think Maxine raised an important point before, which we shouldn't consider. And the way I heard it was there anything sort of at or nearby the intersection sort of thing to stop people walking straight across? There's not her words, my words, and there wasn't. And nor are we likely to put any physical barrier that might work to do that, I wouldn't think. I put my Blind Freddy hat on, consult him and Blind Frida as well all the time. And I think that we all know in our heart of hearts that people, if you have a crossing midstream, like is shown on the photo, there will be a handful of people use it, but the majority of people won't use that. They'll cross to that little island and they'll cross over again, whichever side of the roundabout you're on. That's the sort of microscope. The macroscope is that, to me, is that the city is growing westward in terms of where its business centres are, and the ACC building's an example of that, but not the only one. That particular road, thoroughfare Tristram Street, there's a lot of people commuter parking outside that. There's now a number of businesses, and more will happen outside that. We don't have a plan really, except intersection by intersection, as to how they should cross over and get towards Anglesea and Victoria Street in the heart of the city that way. And I'm worried that this is a micro version of the macro problem that we're going to be facing for the next few years. Roundabouts don't cut the mustard, in my opinion, for getting people safely across thoroughfares. And I'm not really supportive of the roundabout. I'm certainly not supportive of hiding the pedestrians, 300 metres away from it. It won't work. And the first time that someone's seriously hurt or, God forbid, killed on that intersection, this decision might come back to haunt us. And I don't want that to happen. Bunty talked about vulnerable users being hurt, killed in one case in this area. And these problems have been raised with us for a long time. This is an opportunity to do it right, thinking of the future, not just right, thinking of ACC or Tainui TGH's contribution to the fund. And I don't think we've got the best answer here. And I'm not sure we're going to get it in future, but at least it is coming back.
Thank you. Mayor Paula.
Thank you. Look, I just want to commend staff for the work they've done here. This is a prime example of how retrofitting is more complex and more costly in a city's context. That I want people not to forget that, because we're always going to have problems to solve. I just want to shout out to Dharma for his work, because he did excellent work with the improvements to the intersection. Grey Street, Tiaraha Street, which was also a really difficult intersection, and the raised platform has worked wonders for safety for people crossing there, and they were going to cross anyway. I like the improvements done here. Sometimes trees are your friend, because they mean that people have to slow down to look rather than charge straight across the open view. But look, I trust in the staff. We're going to come across these things. I rely on the good staff we have. We can't be armchair engineers, but I do also support the view of coming back to council with a quick look at the final design and a quick rationale around that. So well done, everyone, for the work you've done to date.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Sarah. Look, actually, I support Mayor Paula's comments. ACC is not the criminal here. ACC is simply doing what our district plan encourages. We have designed our district plan around a centre's hierarchy, and it won't take. We can quickly remember that we recently had a case where we've tried to protect the integrity of centres hierarchy, and at the heart of that is office space. We're also very mindful that it is inherently difficult to retrospectively go in and put cycle and pedestrian ways in what is already a very busy arterial route. I think staff have come up with a pragmatic solution. It's really hard for ideal outcomes. That's why I think when we look at places like Peacocks and we've got a greenfield, we design for perfection and we make sure we do it. But when we're trying to do it retrospectively, we are somewhat bound by what's already there. I walk this intersection once a day because I walk that way to get to my walk around the lake. It is challenging, it is congested, but what I've seen the staff do is make it safer. And I think it's a pragmatic solution to a complex problem. And Mayor Paul is right, we are not engineers. We need to rely on our staff to put forward the best professional advice. And so I look forward to this going through the next process and actually getting it sorted, because what we don't want to do is bog this down in our own bureaucracy, and for ACC to start the building is up and running, and then we'll have a problem if there's an injury, because rightly so people will say, it's got bogged down in council as elected members tried to be engineers and we haven't got anything done. So we need to be cautious, but I think we're on the right track.
Thank you, Councillor. Just before I go to Councillor Thompson for right of reply, just a couple of things. Agree we need to be thanking staff, but also as chair of this committee, I want to thank this committee because there was a moment last year where we exercised exceptional good governance, in my view. I think I allowed Councillor Thompson and Van Osten to move it, but I crafted the motion that we have this, the Dutch style roundabout peer reviewed. And there was one or two that didn't think we should be doing that and thought it was a bit of a waste of time. But look at the outcome. I think had we got had we implemented the Dutch style roundabout without this peer review information coming back to us, it would not have achieved the safety outcomes we were seeking. And of course, lights, we knew that it was constrained, this area, by our land, would have cost a lot more. And I'm with Councillor McPherson. I'm always a fan of lights rather than roundabouts. I find roundabouts can be a bit scary to drive on, certainly terrifying if you're a pedestrian, a cyclist, or on a scooter. But lights would have had a significant impact on the network. So agree with the comments around, it's always difficult to retrofit in a growing city. But this is, I think, the best outcome, or what the microscope will be the best outcome given the constraints that we are dealing with. So I really appreciate everyone's comments. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. Just a couple of points in reply. I think I really do empathise where Councillor Dave is coming from, and I agree that the outcome is not ideal in providing that high level of service to people walking across in particular, because on a bike or a scooter, you can fairly quickly get to that crossing and use it. But walking, people are going to have to add a few more minutes to their journey in order to have a safe crossing. So it's not the most ideal outcome, but it is a really tricky area to retrofit. And I think also I do come back to that idea of transitional infrastructure. We can't have, I guess, if we want to spread our spending to create lots of connections across the city, then doing a few gold-plated, really, really good, say, intersections or projects will result in great projects, but not great connections. So I think we have hit a good middle ground here with that. And finally, I would just say the Dutch roundabout idea is really good, and I want to see it in the city. It's just looking at finding the right place for it. I've used the one in Auckland. We were told it was the first one, but it isn't. It's Auckland does have one where on Franklin Road it works really well. I went round it several times just to test that, and it felt very safe, much better than traffic signals in my humble view. So there's protected traffic signals. That's another thing. Those are safe. Those are good. But what we have around the city of traffic signals and worse than roundabouts if you're comparing them to something like Te Aroha Grey or the one in Auckland in Franklin. So that's my 2 cents. So thank you.
2 cents. All right, we'll put that to the vote. We've all seen the motion, so those in favour, please raise your hands. There are none against. That's carried. Thanks, everyone. Now, we'll move on to item 13, but just so the committee's aware, we will definitely, even if we're halfway through, unfortunately, an item, we'll stop for lunch at 12:45 to 1:30 because NZTA can only turn up at 1:30 today, and can someone turn off their background? Thanks. And then we've only got them for 30 minutes. They are constrained by meetings and all other things going on at the moment as well. So we'll be stopping at 12:45 on the dot.
So
all right.
Just jumping in, Chair Angela, I'm sorry, but just wanting to just let elected members know, and while Chris Barton is on the call, Chris Allen is also on the call, but Chris Barton has decided that he is moving on to other opportunities, and so just wanted to have an opportunity to thank Chris for everything that he's done for this committee, because this will be the last committee that he's presenting to. So while he's online, if he is there, and Chris Allen is here to add a few words too.
Oh, thanks, Eva-Lisa. Chris Allen, did you, Chris Barton, can we see your lovely face then, if this is our last? There we go. Chris Allen, did you want to say a few words?
Nothing other than I've got lots of anxious moments with Chris Barton leaving. I think elected members have seen the skill that he displays all the time in what he does. And he's a big loss to us, but it's a career move for Chris, and a good one. And I'm sure you all wish him just as well as we do at the staff level as well. But he will be sorely missed, make no mistake.
Yeah, 100% agree. Thanks, Evelisa and Chris, for giving us the opportunity. You will be missed, Chris. We will miss seeing your lovely face. I hope that we get to hear at some point what you're moving on to and how exciting that will be for you, but you will be missed, definitely.
Yeah, thanks very much for the kind words and really appreciate the support from all of the elected member team and everyone. It's lots of exciting things going on in the city. So yeah, thanks very much.
We'll try and console the other Chris as he weeps profoundly in your absence.
Not sure you can.
All right. Now, just before we move into this one for questions, and we've got Martin Parks on the line, I have had a request from a member, the recommendations on 155, to take the recommendation in parts. So we will do that. I will take receives the report when we get there, and then I will take B and C separately because they are different parts of different baskets of work. Sort of from different budget areas as well, so we can explain that a bit more a bit later. So Martin, if you want to present your report.
Kia ora. Thank you for the opportunity to continue to talk about our projects around public transport, walking and cycling. Just before we get into any detail, I just wanted to say about the staff recommendation. In item 3C, number 1, the project that says Tiraka Road, Bryant Road, Sunshine Ave roundabout, I'm recommending it is removed from the list simply because the complexities of that area means that we need to do a lot more work on that site before we progress it. And I think we were probably a bit optimistic putting it up as a project. So from the time of writing this report to today, we've done a bit more assessment work, and we've decided to push that into next financial year to do a bit more work on it.
Okay, Martin. So elected members will have a heads up and opportunity later on then for this project. Yes. I know that there is a written submission from Peter Boss, and I had some questions around how we could integrate his requests on the Bryant Road leg. So yep. I will hold that off until then. Thank you. All right. Yes. So do you want to carry on presenting your report? Thanks, Martin.
Yes. So the report is based on we had a elected member briefing earlier on this month where we talked through some of these projects, but unfortunately we ran out of time to discuss them all. So I'm hoping that we'll have an opportunity to discuss them in a bit more detail today. So they've basically, these projects have come out of the work we've done on the certainly the public transport ones have come out of the studies that we've done for the Comet and Meteor services. The cycling project at Claudelands Road has come out of work that we've been doing for some time to try and improve connectivity to Claudelands Road and into the central city. Now, the intersection there, it plays an extremely important part in that overall linkage out to the eastern part of the city and out to eventually out to Ruakura Road and the university. So there's a lot of activity in that intersection. It's quite complex, but it's a project that we feel that would add a lot of value to the walking and cycling network in that area. I think I'll take the rest of the report as read and open up the floor to questions.
Great, thanks, Martin. Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thanks, Chair Angela. I was just trying to make out the pictures, but my eyes aren't good enough. With the bus stops, Martin, are they? Do they take up a lane, or are they off lane? The ones on Aberdeen Drive, Dinsdale Road, Rotokauri Road.
Certainly the Aberdeen ones are just beside the road. They're not indented. Right. The Dinsdale ones, I think one of them may be indented, on the other is not. And the Rotokari Road ones will be within the carriageway, so in lane. I mean, the reason that they're in lane is generally because they're not timing points, they're scheduled bus stops. So the buses will only stop at those locations when there's a need for them to do so, to allow people to get on or off the bus.
Right, okay, so two of them, one of them on Dinsdale Road is on the lane, and the Rotokari Road one is on the lane as well.
That's correct. Yeah, I mean, most of the stops will be on the carriageway and in lane. They won't be built into lay-bys. Correct.
So, do we have a policy on that as a transport department? I mean, would you prefer to put them on lane, or would you prefer to put them indented? What's your approach?
I think it really depends on the situation. If it's a timing point, we will, in the main, put them into a lay-by. So the buses will generally pull in because they have to stop to ensure that they are meeting the timetable. And they could be waiting for anywhere up to 5 minutes in those locations. So we don't want them necessarily sitting in a busy traffic lane blocking traffic for 5 minutes. So in those situations, we will put lay-bys in. At other locations where it is a scheduled stop that just requires stopping for people to get on or off, then again, we will consider those locations, but generally we'll have them just stopping adjacent to the curb.
Okay.
That's just seen as best practice these days for PT infrastructure and efficiency.
To block a lane?
Depending on the situation. I mean, we'd certainly assess each situation carefully because we know how busy some of our streets are, and if we put an in-lane stop that literally blocked a busy lane, that would be, it's just not good practice to do that. So each site would be assessed on its own merits.
Great. So how does, thanks, Chair, won't be much longer. Martin, so how does that fit in with the bus stop that's recently been put in on Anglesey Street, not too far from the Spates Ale House, which is pretty much on a bend and very close to the supermarket entrance and blocks a lane on a very busy road? So given what you just told me about not being ideal, how does that particular bus stop fit in with that philosophy?
I suppose that situation is slightly different because it is a dual carriageway at that point, so vehicles can move and move around the bus. It's not a timing point, so the bus will only stop there when there's somebody flagging to stop it or asking to get off the bus. That was looked at on its own merits, but it was determined that there was, because it was a dual carriageway in that location, the buses wouldn't cause too much disruption to general traffic movements in that area.
And have you been monitoring it to see what's been happening?
Yeah, look, we know that there's been some queries come through on it, so we have asked our traffic data team to have a close look at that. We're still waiting for that information to come through, but I'm not aware that it's caused too many issues at that location, but we need that data just to confirm that.
Right, okay. Well, I could send you through 1 or 2 photos of 8 to 10 cars blocked behind a bus recently when I was driving. So the bus stops on these locations, Aberdeen, Dinsdale, Rotokari, could they be put in indented instead of on the road? Is there any way to put those in, all of them indented?
I think there may be some space constraints with some of those sites to indent them. And I wouldn't recommend indenting them on some of those roads like Aberdeen. I don't think that the traffic volumes would warrant indenting and spending that extra money. So that would be my professional opinion on that.
Thanks, Martin. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor McPherson.
Thanks. And just one point that Jeff raised I agree to a certain extent with his comment about that corner where the bus stops, but I've found that the bigger problem stopping cars in that lane is not the bus, which is not so frequent, once every 10 minutes at best. It's the cars that illegally stop along in front of the post office area in that lane at peak times. And because it's right up the end, it's not seen much by our traffic wardens. I think you'll find that that's a bigger problem than the buses themselves there, but it's certainly the lane switches, it gets stopped very easily and without much of a sight line there. But actually, I want to ask a question about the Claudelands East piece within the map that's on page 165, Martin. And looking at the cycling infrastructure there, there's a problem that doesn't seem to be getting fixed by this change. But you could perhaps explain to me if it is. I'm thinking of southbound cyclists coming along Heafy Terrace or coming out of Brooklyn Road, wanting to turn right into, I was going to say the Claudelands Bridge, I mean the Bunty Memorial Bridge, then the good cycling facilities on that. You're cycling on the left of Heafy or Brooklyn, and you've got cycle facilities on the left at the intersection, then all of a sudden you have to, out where it crosses the railway line, there's the right turning cycle lane you can see there, and you have to get across there. And there's no way to get across there other than crossing two lines of traffic. So I don't have the answer, but I know the problem.
So this is coming along Heafy, wanting to do a right turn into Claudelands Road.
Yeah.
Is that what?
And you can see the cycling lane, that it's actually, there's a cycling lane there now, and I think you might be shifting it, but still leaving it the right turn lane, the thin one, green one in the middle, where it crosses the railway line. How do you get across there safely? There's no way, there's no safe way to cross, whether you're exiting Brooklyn or coming along Heafy.
Yeah, my apologies. That thin green line in the middle there is actually a traffic island. It's not a cycle lane. So the way it's shown on there, it is shown green, but it's not a cycle lane. So what we expect cyclists to do at that point is continue. And if they wish to turn right onto Claudelands Road, they'd come off the cycle lane, go to the light controlled crossing across Claudelands Road on the east side of Claudelands Road, and then come across Heafy Grays crossing, and then back onto the on-road facility at Claudelands Road.
So you're making them actually travel further than the cars to do that?
Yeah, look, it was when we did the cycle assessment, it was really the safest way that we could get cyclists to connect to the Claudelands Road section into the city.
Martin, you've already got a cycle right turning lane there now.
Yeah, no, we think confident.
You're taking it out.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's to ensure that we've got sufficient room to get to a dedicated facility adjacent to the curb. We know confident cyclists will still make that right turn within the carriageway area anyway.
But they've at least got a designated cycle lane painted green with cycles painted on them at the moment. That is between the car lanes and available for safe right turns, and now they can't.
Okay. We'll take that away, and we'll have a look at that. So thanks for that feedback. Yep.
Yeah. And that is that's how the majority of traffic going westbound across the Bunty Memorial Bridge actually gets to that point. More of the traffic coming from out there, those two roads, than coming up from Grey Street.
Yeah, look, that's good feedback. We'll look at that. Thank you for that.
Thanks.
Martin, can I just check on, in terms of process, this report is to seek approval for those projects. What oversight, in light of Councillor McPherson's questions, and I know we're all keen to avoid design by committee, but what input and what input will elected members have moving forward with these, and what reporting process will happen? so that we'll keep oversight of without having us designing it.
Yeah, look, I mean, we will come back to the next infrastructure ops committee with updates on these projects.
Yep.
We'll also bring back, because we've dropped that to Upper Road Sunshine Ave project out, we'll also bring back to you sort of replacement projects for that level of funding. And the other mechanism is that we can provide updates to you via executive update process as well. So I think we'll just continually feed you that information through the appropriate sort of committees and updates.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thanks, Councillor McPherson. Was that all your questions?
Yes, thanks.
Great, thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Hi, thanks, Councillor Chair Ange. Thank you for the report. My questions relate to costs and inflationary pressures. Can you give me an update what confidence you have as to the funds you're suggesting that each of these worthwhile projects will cost? After all, this was part of our LTP. We know inflation's at least 10%.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question, Councillor Ewan. Look, I mean, at that 7th of December Infrastructure Ops Committee, you assigned or reassigned funding for projects. At the moment, we've put some high-level costings on each of the projects, but we haven't got into the details yet. Now, if the costings come back in higher than we anticipated, then there may be a need to drop one or two projects out so we can deliver at least some of them this financial year, because this is what we're talking about. We're delivering these projects during the current financial year. So it'll be, once we get into the detail, we should know what we can actually deliver out of the list. Hopefully all of them, but you never know.
Right. In light of the fact, Martin, that we've got 3 months left of this financial year, how likely do you feel that the works will be completed in that financial year?
It's going to be tight. That's all I'll say. We'll give it our best shot, but it is going to be tight. That's probably why we picked relatively straightforward projects. I mean, the Claudelands East one is probably the biggest. It is the biggest, but the designs are really well advanced. Yes, we've still got to talk to the community. We still want to have a session with the committee, the councillors, around the virtual reality model that we've built for this intersection. So we will try and sort that out as soon as we can. But yeah, I'm confident we can get Claudelands East delivered before the end of the financial year, and the public transport projects, the ones that remain on the list are relatively straightforward, and we should be able to get them delivered by 30th of June.
And just further to that, again, Councillor Ewan, this is using an existing contractor, so we don't have to go out to the market, which enables us to deliver things a lot quicker than if we spend months working through tender processes.
So, okay, I'm a little concerned. We have 3 months. Let's call it 12 weeks. We haven't got final design. We haven't done final consultation. We haven't got final pricing. Evelisa, is this one of yours that you're going to manage?
So these fall, and elected members have asked us on the 7th of December to look at these projects, and I will absolutely be looking at that. It's also how we report that back to elected members and ensuring that we get that process as efficient as possible, but bringing elected members back the information they actually want to see before we even commence the project.
Right.
So, yeah.
And you would obviously update the Finance Committee as to any price escalation. And I have, you are confirming that you won't spend more of the budget, you may just do less.
Yeah, that's correct.
Correct.
Yep.
Yes.
Thank you.
Cool. Thank you. I'm just taking over chairing from Chair Angela for a moment. Councillor Mark, you've got a question?
Yes, I have. Thank you. Look, just regards the couple of questions. As we come off the Bunty Memorial Bridge on our bikes, how safe is it as we go across one of the McPherson Memorial train crossings? There, have we had good dialogue with Kiwi Rail?
Yeah, to answer that question, yes, we have had dialogue with Kiwi Rail. Alongside this project, we have designed some improvements to those level crossings in line with the standards for the new standards for pedestrian cycle facilities over rail crossings. The budget for this project doesn't stretch to deliver those facilities because they are extremely expensive, but they have been designed and we have Kiwi Rail on board with that. But it will be an extra added to another project list later on down the track.
Great. And I'm just following on from the questions regards the bus stops, which take up a lane. They are still reasonably new to Hamilton. I'll call them the McPherson Memorial bus stops too, if you like. Is there a way of providing some signage as you're leading up to them? And I'm thinking in particular, I know it's off scope, but of Anglesey Street, because you do, I mean, we all know you do come around a corner and it is something you're not expecting. Is there a way of waypointing that buses may stop here along the road? It just all seems a little bit sudden and jarring. And if we're going to be doing those around Aberdeen Road, which is up from the school, is there a plan to do that?
We hadn't considered any signage, no, but I can take that comment away and have a think about it.
Yeah, if you would. I'm just thinking if we are changing people's behaviour, anything to make it work would help, perhaps. And I don't necessarily want to add to the cost of it all, but I'm aware of sign blindness or sign numbness or whatever you call it. But it's a pretty major difference in the way we travel. So. Yeah,
I think it is for Hamilton, but I mean, a lot of cities now, you know, it's best practice to put bus facilities in lane.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, but like you said, I think you nailed it when you said for Hamilton.
Yeah.
Thanks, Martin.
Thanks, Councillor Maxine.
Thank you. Thanks, Martin. Excited to see some of these projects come up and that we've been able to allocate that funding that we talked about. My real concern is that a couple of our submitters talked about their concerns about a staffing resource, and I wonder whether we've got through these project budgets that adequate resource to do that staffing. And I guess not just these projects, but other projects will be coming up through the micromobility plan as well. So tell us a little bit about how that might impact on your ability to be able to deliver on not just this, but others.
As I keep saying to my team, there's 24 hours in a day and 7 days a week. So, but joking aside, we're pretty stretched. At the moment, we couldn't take on any new stuff. Certainly when we get the success of the biking network plan sorted out with Waka Kotahi, that's going to open up opportunity for additional funding for some pretty cool projects around the city. We do need to look at our resourcing levels, and that's something Evelisa is very aware of. So I'd probably let Evelisa maybe talk a bit more about that.
Yeah, so just further to Martin, that the team do a power of work for the number of resources we have, and it is in terms of improvement for us as a team, is just looking at these projects and knowing now the level of engagement that we need to do before we even start a project with our community, and then moving through each of the stages with our lessons learnt in mind. We will be needing to look at how we resource these within the projects for the future. So that is definitely something we're highly aware of, and others have identified that too, and supported us in that.
Thank you. Are there strategies that we can become aware of as elected members to support you through that goal?
In terms of strategies, it is about actually us really having an allocation of time across our business in terms of delivery of these projects, because it also impacts Chris Allen's team in terms of the project delivery. And so it is us assigning people hours and making sure the capacity of our people is well balanced so that they're not working 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Particularly as we head into a real change environment. Everybody is going through fatigue and COVID impacts, and so it's actually how we look after our people and look as best as we can.
And you feel confident that you can come through this committee to be able to get support from elected members, or are there other channels to do that?
Yes, I have always been advised by elected members to bring options for additional resourcing through this committee and other committees, and that is often well supported by Chair Angela and Deputy Chair Sarah too, and other elected members for this committee and other committees. So this is just not for our committee in terms of transport projects, for any other staff requirements to deliver on our community projects.
Yeah, Maxine, you'll be pleased to know that Councillor Thompson, Eva Lisa and myself are actually in constant conversation about this. It is a growing concern, and the need to be completely transparent when either new projects appear on our table or elected members request projects, that we are fully over exactly what resources we need, and to be transparent and put that on the table. If that includes more staff and more dollars, then that's for elected members to decide at the time. So we are really aware of that current issue. Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Thompson, and thanks for chairing.
Well, good. I averted any chaos or coups the few minutes we were away. My question was, Martin, just in regard to deferring the crossing across Tarapa Road, is the best thing for us to look at some other projects which are ready to go in the meantime to deliver this financial year, or is it to recommend to the annual plan process that this is moved to the next year to ensure that it's done? I guess, just looking for your thoughts there.
Yeah, look, that's a good point. The crossing at that location, we definitely need something in that location. Whether that actual location is the best spot or not, that's could be debated. So yeah, we don't want to lose that opportunity for that project. I would just say it gets deferred and looked at next financial year and discussed further with elected members in due course. But as an alternative, with the funding that we've got available this financial year, what I'd like to do is bring to you a list of alternative sites that we can progress, either just through getting some of the design done, the design and consultation done with the money, rather than the actual building. So we're prepared, ready to roll into next financial year. So there could be a balance of building and design.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and the other, I had one other question, was just in terms of the Councillor Dave brought up some questions around, I guess, what was ultimately the level of service for people biking through the the Claudelands East intersection, and could be quite useful when we're having opportunity to look at the VR stuff to actually also get a bit of a view of how long it would take to do your right turn in lane versus what's proposed with the protected cycleway and then waiting at the crossing. So because I'm just wondering if actually it's not too much of a difference, then that may allay some concerns.
Yeah, look, we're certainly going to be improving the level of service for cyclists, not just in the infrastructure we provide, but also looking at the timing of the traffic lights and the phasing and the green time allocated to the different modes. So that's certainly been a key part of the overall project as well. And look, it's getting the balance right of that intersection where we provide a reasonable level of service for all the modes. We certainly don't want to be creating a lot of congestion around general traffic, because we know at peak times it's pretty congested there anyway, but still giving those pedestrians and cyclists a better level of service than they've currently got around waiting times. Certainly in the off-peak, then we can certainly improve that because we're going to have cycle detectors in place and stuff like that, and their own call buttons.
Thank you.
Okay, look, as I said, we need to finish now. I hate interrupting an item, but I know that members are keen on NZTA, so we're going to stop now. We'll come back for lunch. We'll come back at 1:30. We'll go straight to NZTA's verbal presentation. I see there are no documents attached because we only have them from 1:30 till 2 p.m. So then we'll come back to this item here.
Sorry, Angela, can you just make sure with them that they don't chew up the only half hour on giving us a whole lot of boring PowerPoints
where we can't talk?
We won't be able to get at their throats otherwise.
Yeah. Evelisa, can you make sure that they receive that message? Yeah.
So I will give them timing of a 30-minute presentation. Is that right?
No, we members.
No, I know. Yes.
You know.
Dave usually only needs a few minutes to rip somebody's throat out.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to avoid that. So we're apparently we're being kind today. So yes, okay.
We are being kind. It's kind day.
It's kind day today. Thank you.
Back at 1:30. Thanks.
Right. Thanks.
Doesn't look like we have much of a quorum yet. Well, wait a few. Dave's here. I'm here. Norm's here. Wait a minute or so. Sarah's here. Cool.
Zoom's saying you cannot start your video because the host has stopped it.
Oh, no.
I'm feeling... Does Sarah have something to do with this? Have
That
you
was just
locked
for
me
you,
out?
Ewan.
That was me. I'm just re-adding you back.
Oh, thanks, Amy. I've just seen your good friend Ziggy Henry, Dave, down at the protest site.
Yes.
Oh, you're on mute, Dave. Dave, you're on mute.
Be careful, we're recording.
Yeah.
So you know.
And we're live. Probably better you were on mute, Dave.
I didn't swear.
All right. Now, Amy, do we have NZTA in our parking lot? No, not yet. Ooh, tardy of them.
So I've just had a text saying they're having technical issues getting in.
Oh, okay.
Would they like us to subsidise them?
I believe we have them joining now.
Right.
Yeah. So they did text and let me know, so that's good.
Hope we all had a nice lunch.
Yes, I just finished getting a slice of carrot cake from the local baker.
Nice.
Probably not as nice as your lunch, Angela, to be truth be told, you know, you're the queen of baking.
Actually, I had eggplant parmigiana, homemade tomatoes and eggplant, not homemade mozzarella though. That was very nice.
My
First
goodness.
time I've ever grown eggplants.
I love eggplant.
That's very fancy.
I
I had a
know.
salad and a popsicle because I thought it would be very balanced.
Depends what colour the popsicle was.
It was lemon, so I mean it was fruity too.
Lemon?
Well, I had a barbecued omelette and a slice of my brand new apple pie.
Oh, stop it.
Which I think I'm going to get the whole pie.
Okay, do we have NZTA yet? Do we have a
You've got your
quorum?
hand up, Dave.
We
Already.
He's getting in
do,
the
but
queue.
we're also just waiting
Oh.
for their sound
Okay.
to be repaired.
Oh, they can't hear us. Okay.
No.
Okay. We should make noise, shouldn't we? So that
Hey, Angela,
everyone-
whereabouts did we get to? Just I had to duck out, as you know, 10
Oh,
minutes
so
before the
we've
lunch
just,
break.
we've parked item 12, the Tristram Collingwood. We did just get rid of the majority of questions on that, and we had a motion, and we were sort of set to do that. But so we've
Thank
stopped
you.
that for. We only have NZTA here for 30 minutes till 2 p.m. So we're going to be really. They're going to be short with their presentation, and we're going to be concise and friendly with our questions. And
Of course we are.
yeah, can you hear us now? No, dear.
Yes.
Oh, you can. Oh,
can.
excellent. Okay, so if you can introduce yourselves, I have let the committee know you are only available to 2 p.m. And present the items you want to inform us on, and then if you need to leave some space, elected members have questions as well on a variety of topics.
Certainly. One question we have for you is, can you see our video? Because we
can see you, yeah.
Excellent. So it must be coming through that. So I've got David Spears with me as well.
Can we have the masks off there? It's really muffled.
I know, it's awful. I'm so glad you asked.
And we can mainly see the, there we go, that's a bit better. Where's David? Is he invisible at the moment? There he is.
I'm keeping a low
Like, where's
profile.
Wally?
Yes, this is the problem with taking our masks off, is we can't actually be in the same room.
Okay, yeah.
But we'll try that, so you can kind of see both
No,
of us.
we want you to be safe above all, so.
Cool. So thank you for having us. For those of you that haven't met me, I'm Jo Wilton. I'm the Regional Manager for Infrastructure Delivery for the Waikato Bay of Plenty. So I will be giving the bulk of the presentation today. and David will be supporting me. I will be honest, there are a couple of the topics I'm giving a presentation on I don't know that much about. So if there are detailed questions, I will be taking them down and coming back to you.
Sure.
So the first topic that we wanted to mention was that the Road Transport Committee took place on Monday. And we did take the opportunity to pass on, well, David took the opportunity to pass on Hamilton City related information. And so that was great. And the next thing that we wanted to note was that we are working with your exec team to determine the right subjects that we need to talk to you about at these committees. So we'll carry on working with them to get that right for you. Starting with the Road to Zero, this is at a national level is our key focus. You would have seen ads on TV, 7 Sharp interviews, and a lot of news articles about the Road to Zero campaign. So our long-term goal is that there's no deaths or injuries on our roads by 2050. The shorter-term goal is to reduce the road toll by 40% in 2030. We don't have a quick fix for this, and it is going to take a whole of system approach as well as commitment from ourselves and our partners. So no doubt we'll be working with your staff as we carry on with our Road to Zero program. So we do ask if you could familiarise yourself with our campaign and messaging on the website. The next topic was the expressway, the Waikato Expressway. So Hamilton section remains on track to be completed in mid-22. That being said, COVID could still have an impact on the project. David doesn't want to be seen. So it could still have an impact on the opening. But however, as we get closer to that date, COVID will have less of an impact because we'll have completed more and more of the work. This traffic switch for the project that was planned for State Highway 1 in mid-February went really, really well. We're very pleased with it. So this is when northbound and southbound traffic was moved onto the bridge, which will eventually become the southbound on-ramp for the expressway from Cambridge Road. The other main item that we achieved on the project was K Road was closed to continue the construction of Resolution Drive. So the focus of the project now is still on completing the seal and asphalt layers, which are about 85% complete. And we're continuing installing barriers, street lights, line marking, and obviously completing Resolution Drive. It's probably a good time to talk about Cambridge Road upgrade, which is part of the expressway project. So the Cambridge Road upgrade was deferred to the 24-27 NLTP. Now this is due to the pressures that we've got on the NLTF funding at the moment. So the physical works has been deferred, but we are still continuing with the design so that it can go to construction as soon as possible in 24. On the expressway road safety improvements and speed review, so the southbound lane safety improvements at Ohiniwai are completed. Work is now underway on the northbound. This work is expected to be completed in April. The next sections that will be upgraded are Hampton Downs and Tamahiri. So there's a section between the Tamahiri interchange and where it goes to 110 further south on the expressway. So that bit is the next section to be done. We haven't got confirmed timing for that yet. Consultation on the 110 speed review closed on Tuesday, the 23rd of November. We had over 700 submissions with a lot of positive support. There was 88% support, 7% conditional support, 1% were not clear on their position, and 4% were opposed to the speed change. So I'm sure, as you're aware, it's a legal process to change the speed and changing the speed limit rule. So once we've completed the analysis, which they've pretty much done, looking at those numbers, we'd expect to know the outcome of the speed review ahead of the completion of Hamilton section and potentially change that opening speed. The Ngārawahia section of Hamilton, of the Waikato Expressway, we are planning on starting pavement repairs on there in early March. And while we're doing those pavement repairs, we'll also be upgrading some of the areas so that it is fit for 110 speed environment should that speed limit increase. So the safety improvements will see side barriers made continuous. Some of the barriers need to be upgraded, and there will be some maintenance bays created, and some of the lighting will have to be moved back to allow for the implementation of those barriers. The State Highway 26 and 1B revocation. So we're continuing, so the business cases have been completed for the revocation of those highways. However, we are now just working through the internal approvals process to take them through our delegations approvals process. So further details on those can be provided soon. And speaking to our staff, they expect to have the next steps. I'll start that again, sorry. Speaking to our staff, we expect to be able to share the next steps in Q2 of this year with yourselves. With regards to bus priority hotspots, so the bus priority hotspots program aims to implement improvements to reliability and journey times on the state highway network for public transport by identifying key spots where buses should be given priority. It's in line with the Regional Public Transport Plan and the Hamilton Mode Shift Plan. So we are aiming to deliver improvements within this NLTP. And we are starting an investigation by using evidence and data to inform where we will need to invest, then identify quick win improvements, as well as longer term improvements that will require more investigation and planning. Our point of entry for this, which confirms funding so the project can formally commence, has been approved. So it needs to go through the RLT process. And once that has been done and it's been varied into the RLTP, we will actively engage with HCC and other stakeholders during the business case process following this approval. I've also been provided some information on the Glenview Bus Hub, which I understand we are making some changes to State Highway 3 or Halpo Road in Glenview to support a new bus interchange on Glenview Road. This will improve safety and connections for people who walk and cycle. The upgrade will provide a new bus stop and shelters and will include a new signalised pedestrian crossing and shared paths and cycleways. The upgrade will also support the council route and any future expansions of bus services in this area. The project is a partnership between Waka Kotahi, Waikato Regional Council, who operate the bus services, and HCC, who are responsible for the bus stops and the infrastructure. And there has been an update since writing the RTC report as well. The team have identified some risks around procurement and construction funding, which is likely to push the start date of the project out from the original April proposed construction start. They are working through those details and will communicate with the public as soon as we can confirm when that will carry on. The Te Awa shared path, which goes from Cambridge to Hamilton. As you're aware, that will provide a safe off-road alternative for walkers and cyclists between Cambridge and Hamilton, as well as a safe crossing under State Highway 21. The Cambridge to Hamilton shared path is being delivered by Waka Kotahi and 3 councils, and it's fully funded by government through Waka Kotahi and the government shovel ready fund administered by MB. So on completion of the path, it will form part of the Great River Ride, and each section has been managed and will be maintained by the respective RCA that built it. So due to some delays in it, the path will not be completed till around the middle of 22. But I understand a public celebration is being planned for the summer of 22-23 to celebrate its opening and completion. The State Highway 21 underpass is due for completion early March, and a celebration event for that will be planned to align with the traffic. So any celebration we have for that opening will be planned to align with the traffic light framework that we're in. So the next topic was on our Road to Zero projects. There are some feasibility studies in train, So as part of the Road to Zero project, we've identified 2 Waikato corridors and 6 intersections where safety improvements could make a big difference. So the feasibility studies are underway to assess the scope, cost, risk, and timeframes of the safety improvements. So these studies will inform the decision of whether to progress the projects to the next stages, and funding will need to be applied for beyond the feasibility study. Okay, very sorry about that. I assume that was my computer. So the intersections that we have is State Highway 3 and Rains Road. The study is expected to be completed February or March, by the end, mid-March 22. And the next step will be to apply for funding for a detailed design for that project. On State Highway 1 and Grey Street and State Highway 1 Kakatea Drive and Greenwood Street intersections will be reviewed, with feasibility studies expected to get underway from about April 22 this year. So that's the end of the formal presentation. David, did you want to do the speed review?
Yep, so just on the issue of, actually, first of all, just pick up one thing on Southern Links. So I know that at a previous meeting, you came to a collective resolution that you would have a subcommittee that would work with us on the form and function review for Southern Links. We haven't forgotten that. We're well aware of that. What you should know is that as of Monday afternoon, the chair of the Regional Transport Committee signed off, finally, the RLTP variations that released the funding for us to start that form and function review. So that will be kicking off PDQ. You know the details of that and what we're planning to consider, but yeah, rest assured that we have not forgotten that you are a significant part of that process. So we'll be in touch. On speed reviews, just an update. Speed changes for State Highway 1, 3 and 26 have all been finalised. They've all been implemented. You'll be well aware of that. We've spoken about the State Highway 110 speed review. The one I wanted to highlight is State Highway 23, State Highway 31 and State Highway 39 West Waikato. Those speed reviews have all gone through the process, and we're now just waiting for decisions on when the next phase of that process, which is consultation, will start. I can't tell you when yet because we've only got a relatively small team that run those things, and so they're trying to schedule them all, but they should be within the next couple of months. We should be starting consultation in earnest on those speed reviews. So just wanted to highlight that for you. And I guess probably we should just answer any questions you've got, because we probably haven't covered everything you want to talk about.
Yep, no, probably not, David. All right, so Councillor McPherson is up for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And David, Southern Links, just a quick one. We'll be in touch with you. I just put a different emphasis on there because this is a large part of this is our local roads and our local connections and growth and settlement patterns down there. It's not an NZTA-led thing, it's a partnership. The second question, though, related to I call it the Riverlea Road, so I want to check with, is it Joe, when you said Cambridge Road is delayed, Cambridge Road is sort of what we call as the part in the city. Are you talking about the extra lane through the Riverlea Gully, as we colloquially call it, Mangatukutuku, I think, that was for PT being delayed? I'm sorry, I'm just trying to get that reference straight first.
So the section of Cambridge Road that I was referring to is the piece that's in the scope of the Waikato Expressway, which I believe is from Riverlea Road south. Yeah, okay, so we're talking about the third lane. Yes, the 2+1 lane arrangement, yes. Yep. Okay, great, thank you. So my question then, and this has been raised with David before, not with you, because you weren't here then, I don't think. Why has that been delayed when it's specifically going to be for public transport and possibly T3, that sort of arrangement, not yet decided, when the government's policy statement focus
has been on increasing mode share and providing more mode opportunities. And that's the only part of that development that specifically does that. And it's been something that's been under discussion between our council and NZTA/Walker Kotahi since 2009, and specifically on the book since 2012. I want an explanation of why that's been held up.
So we are in a funding constrained environment, and the work has been deferred to 2024. The bus priority hotspots program work needs to also be completed to link into that construction work.
Yeah, but that's not my question. Why has the PT stuff been put on the back burner when it was in the program at the start and clearly pushed by us, and now clearly pushed since 2017 by the government policy? Why was it only the PT bit was held up and everything else was done?
So look, the simple answer, Dave, is it is the component of the project that was last to be initiated and completed. There is not enough money to go around. It has been deferred to complete the things that are already underway. So, rather than walk away from some things that are 3/4 complete and start another part of it, this was the divisible part that we could logically defer. So it hasn't been cancelled, the scope hasn't been changed, but it has been deferred. To some extent, there's a convenient accident that the bus priority hotspot work will time quite nicely with that being completed as well. But it's simply a pragmatic decision in an incredibly funding constrained environment.
So it's pragmatic to leave PT to last, or mode shift to last, and it was not the last cab off the rank, as it were. It was mooted right at the start of the project, and documents from between that you hold, your organisation holds, will show that. I won't go any more, Angela, because it's clear that Walker Kotahi is not putting the government's NPS first, in my humble opinion.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. And we're running out of time anyway, unfortunately. So, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, David and Joe. Just a quick two quick questions. One, State Highway 26 revocation. Did you touch on that in terms?
Yes, I did. So I did say that the business case has been completed. Yeah. It's just got to go through our internal approval processes.
Will we have like a citing of kind of what's, and so then there'll be consultation with the design and what's happening?
The business case was actually, we did work with HEC officers. Yep. So when it was developed, so your officers will have full visibility of what was in that business case, but we can certainly bring it back if required.
Okay.
You've got everything we do.
Right, at this stage.
Councillor Thompson, yeah.
Okay, sometimes the devil's in the details when it comes to just these things. So maybe when you get further along into the actual more detailed design, that would be helpful. The other part of the question was red light cameras. We have raised this before, and my understanding was we were waiting for the handover from police to Waka Kotahi before we could be installing the cameras. But then I read Christchurch had 3 go online last year, so I was confused why they were able to get some red light cameras operating with police. And I can forward through the article while we can't, because, and I guess the reason I raise this is yesterday I saw several really blatant acts of people just driving straight through red lights, including one that nearly ran us over. So this is a problem we know of, and I'd really be keen to know if we can accelerate some work here if Christchurch can.
Yeah, there's 2 things there. Number one, the speed camera process to transfer accountability and operational ownership of those between us and the police is progressing, and that won't happen until middle of next year. Mm-hmm. And then the safety camera rollout from there, which is intended to increase. I think we're going to start with 100 cameras and roll out to, I think it's ultimately 800 cameras nationally. That's one process. In terms of red light cameras, at the moment they are still held by police, so we're not administering that process. There are a number available in the country, but actually not very many. I was stunned at how few there actually are nationally. And so no doubt Christchurch have done some work with New Zealand Police and said, hey, with the ones that are available, we would really like to do whatever it is they've done, irrespective of any Waka Kotahi involvement, because at the moment we are not the administrator / owner of those cameras. The New Zealand Police are. But you will be next year. Yes. So once we take that over, the plan is first of all a bit of a rebranding exercise, if you like, but also a functional change to the way those cameras are used, not just for speed, but for safety. And that will include red lights. It will include things like seatbelt use, because actually we think we can make a massive change in driver behaviour by using those cameras differently, obviously subject to a whole lot of privacy issues that we have to traverse. But at the moment, it's not us, it is police. Come middle of the year, it will be us. Okay. Chair, and thank you, David. Chair Angela, I have a vague recollection that we actually had a motion around the red light cameras a few cycles ago. So it would be helpful if we could just we can drag that up. And David did give the regional Transport Committee on Monday an update. He's pretty much said everything there, but he did expand a little bit. He took the wind out of my sails for my external committee update, David, later. But, he did also talk about the technological ability of the cameras, which was pretty neat too. So we'll see if we can have a look at what that resolution said. Thank you. Okay, well, look, we're out of time. It's 3 minutes to. I know we have to let you go now. So thank you. And I see we're going into phase 3 tonight. So stay safe in our new world of living with this interesting pandemic. All right. Thanks very much. Thanks, Joe. Thanks, David. Bye-bye. Okay. All right. That was rather short and sweet. So we will go back to item 12, and I don't want to rehash a whole lot of questions again.
Apologies, Angela. Would we just be able to move in second?
Oh, sorry, of course.
The last one,
yes.
and then come through. Yes. Thank you.
Sorry, thanks, Amy. Yep. Look, I'll move that the verbal update be received, and that we thank Waka Kotahi for presenting. Seconded by Deputy Chair Councillor Thompson. Any debate? All those in favour, raise your hand. There are none against. That's carried. Thank you.
And I think we're on item 13, aren't we?
Oh yeah. Did we do Tristram? Oh yes, we did. Thank you. Yes, we did. Oh look. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Right. So we're on item 13. So unless there are any leftover burning questions, I hope there aren't. I'd like to get onto the resolutions, the recommendations, which are on page 155. Now, as I indicated earlier, at a request from a member, I'm going to take those two. We'll do receives the report, and we'll do A and B together, and then we will do C separately, remembering that we have removed the Te Rapa Bryant Road Sunshine Ave project out of there, and that will be reported through at a later date. So if everyone's comfortable with that, I will move A and B that you will see on page 155, seconded by Councillor Wilson. Thank you. I have nothing to debate. Is there any debate on A and B?
Yes. Only some. This is for the Claudelands East intersection. Yes. Is that right? Oh, only to say thank you for all of the work that's gone into this. There's been I know that there's been a huge amount of thought that's gone into ensuring that this is safe for all modes, but also that Martin and his team have looked at every single possible movement through this intersection to ensure that it's safe and that it's going to be, I guess, a much better level of service for people walking and cycling, but hits a good balance. So yeah, an excellent project, and looking forward to seeing it delivered.
Great, thank you, Councillor. There are no further speakers on this one, so let's put that motion A and B on page 155 to the vote. All those in favour, show of hands, please. Thank you. There are none against. That's been carried. Thank you. And then item C. So this, again, minus Te Rapa Road project in there, and this has come about as the reassignment of local share budget. Councillor, do I have a mover of this first? Yeah, Councillor Thompson, thank you, and seconded by Councillor Van Osten, thank you. Deputy Mayor Taylor, do you have a question, or are you waiting for debate?
Oh, sorry, I was just waiting for debate.
Okay, all right, sure, that's fine. Okay, so that's been moved and seconded. So the mover, Councillor Thompson, did you want to speak?
Only very briefly to say that there's some really important work to do, particularly along the Comet route, where there's some really big safety issues, and so happy to defer the Bryant and Te Rapa Road crossing at the moment, but these are actually really urgent issues to address. We've had pedestrian fatalities along Ulster Street, and I've heard a lot of issues around Te Rapa in terms of people being put off even taking the bus because it's so hard to cross the road. So yeah, this is an incredibly fundamental, basic safety work. It's not even talking about bike lanes here. It's just helping people get across the road. But yeah, the other piece of the work, it seemed pretty straightforward. So
great, thank you. Councillor Van Osten, as the seconder, do you wish to speak?
Look, also just very quickly, actually, I know there were some questions raised through the question time on this item regarding in-lane bus stopping, but I've seen really good examples of that working as well, and the fact that we have our B cards being used predominantly around the city to off and on the bus, it means that those stops are pretty quick. It's a great way to make sure that our PT network stays on time, and you know, I've got great confidence in Martin and the team's assessment on their level of safety, and that it doesn't hold up a great deal more of the network. I'd like to see that replicated in more places across the city, and once drivers and other road users are more familiar with the process, I'm sure will be much more accepted. So yeah, that's it from me. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Maxine. Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thanks, Chair O'Leary. Yeah, look, I'm not of a mind to actually approve any bus infrastructure at the moment. I think we're actually going too fast. I'm partly influenced by the horrendous bus stop that's been installed on Anglesey Street that I referred to in question time. Placed in a terrible place, blocking a lane, that has removed any confidence I have in where staff are putting bus stops, and also the motive, actually. It may be best practice as far as traffic engineers are concerned to block a lane, but I don't think that view, or should I call it an ideology, is shared widely amongst the public. I think there's a collision between reality and theory here. I'm not denying for a moment that Hamilton needs a bus service. Of course we do. It would be stupid to say otherwise. But I'm far less enthused about the performance of our PT and the need for rapid growth, as some elected members seem to be. I'm not in the camp that we should be rushing to invest more in buses. I think we should for now be accepting that it plays a part in our transport for the city, and that's it. I read the Regional Council's Public Transport Bus Improvement Review, and I thought it was appalling. There's very little information about current patron trends, no detailed financial analysis. And as I've said before, I want to see what we're spending on buses as a city, on usage. I want to see the trends. And there was no reference to COVID or Omicron in that I could see either. No mention of the fact that people are working from home and shying away from public transport, and may do for some significant amount of time. So, yeah, I think we actually need to tie a hoe on this. I'm just not convinced. I get that we're going to have smaller buses, a more modern system, but the fact is, people aren't using them. They're using a couple of routes, sure. And it's risen from a very low base, but let's not get so excited about this. And I'm not supporting what I see as deliberate attempts to basically slow and block traffic moving around our city.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Chair Angela. I want to make some comments on what Jeff said. It's important that you actually look at the facts. And Jeff, you've said you haven't seen a lot of information and facts and that. All of that is available at the open meetings of the corrections thing, all of which, the papers of which, for which are on our diligent system. They're always available, the meetings are always open, and some other councillors from time to time do sit in on Zoom, etc. of them, so it's not like they're being kept from anyone. That's one. Two, the bus stop you complained about, well, I have a problem with its placement, perhaps, is actually on one of the routes that's growing fast, on the Comet route, where buses are going down to every 10 minutes. That's the Comet, and plus other buses also use that particular route along Anglesey Street and that stop. We need one in that vicinity, maybe not on that corner. But the simple fact is that the figures in front of us show that people are heavily using the direct, fast mass transit routes that the Comet and the Orbiter, and in the near future the Meteor, will represent. And it's not off a low base. What they've done is actually taken away bus routes and put those more direct, more convenient ones in, and the public are responding, and the figures show that. So it's inaccurate and unfair to suggest otherwise. If these were putting bus stops on minor routes that hardly had any bus traffic on them, or bus users on them, you would have an argument. But this is not the case. This is trying to support the growth areas of the public transport, even under COVID. Things have been growing. There's been some blips for sure, but if we don't make those decisions now and do the work now, we won't be ready for when we get out of COVID. And this sort of work is not going to be finished. These network developments are not going to be finished overnight. They need to be started somewhere. And for years and years, the car ideologues on our council have actually prevented investment on these routes, to the point where buses are caught up in the same traffic congestion as cars. So of course, people aren't going to be very attracted in many cases to using that, because it's no different time-wise in many cases from using your cars. So we need to start actually providing some dedicated bus routes. And unless you invest in that, like you've invested in car routes, you're not going to get fair and equal opportunities. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor. Mayor Paula.
Thank you, everyone. Oh, look, I'm going to have to disagree with some of the views stated here. Passenger transport definitely has a view in the future of any modern city, including ours, and we have to make some bold steps. Now, I do agree that some of the our ability to get where we're heading is difficult, because again, we talk about retrofitting an old city. We're trying to put a new transport system into an old city. I'm not going to comment bus stop by bus stop. There'll be some I like and some I don't. I don't propose to be an armchair engineer around this either. I value the contributions of staff. I think they do an excellent job overall. Could we improve the interface with the regional council over passenger transport? Yes, we could. We already discussed that this morning. And in fact, the initiative that Chair O'Leary has put up around looking at it more closely is a good one. So I think we'll make really good progress. But we've known for some time, I've been on passenger transport committees for years and years and years in my time. And we've known what we have to do to create the gains, and we're still not quite there yet. So we do have to make some efforts to move forward. And I just have to say, we have to do some things differently, because what we've been doing so far hasn't quite delivered our results. And I don't really like throwing staff under the bus, pun intended. I think we've got to get alongside staff and inform them through good governance about our expectations and what a good system might look like. And also in terms of COVID, I just have to say, of course things are struggling in COVID. Lots of things. PT struggling, hospitality struggling, charity is struggling. I can go on and on. These are extraordinary times, and we should expect to see things not being at an optimum, but we've still got to lay down the steps for success. We've still got to support PT so that it's a good system to come back to, in the same way that we've got to support our wider community so we've got something really good to come back to. So I'm all for progress. My concern is the cost. I would like to see government, through the work that we're doing with strategic growth committees, work around future-proof and so on. I would like to see the government come to the table with better, bolder funding for metros like ours that are so fast growing. We cannot do this without additional funding from government. It's that clear. We will just continue to play a little bit around the edges and make some improvements as we go, which is all good. But if we're going to make the big changes, we need government to recognise Hamilton is a fast-growing city and public transport is part of that. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you, Chair Angela. Yeah, look, I'm going to respectfully disagree with a couple of points that Mayor Paula made there a second ago by trying to sort of frame the debate that we've got to go with public transport or not. To me, it's not about that. It's not a matter of whether we support public transport. To me, the argument is how we're implementing it. Now, I will be following Deputy Mayor in this one, but for a slightly different reason, that I have yet to be convinced about in-lane bus stops and their implementation into Kirikiriroa Hamilton. The first I ever saw one, and I'm sorry, yeah, Martin, I totally respect what you're doing, but I've never seen one in any other town. So when I came around Anglesey Street and just about went into the back of a bus, it was a bit of a shock. Now there are no signs, there's no warning, there's no comms plan, and I'm prepared to support it down the track if there is one. But I'll take that away isn't a satisfactory enough answer for me to support such. It is a radical change. If you look at Aberdeen Road, where we're trying to put these in, and I also find the term armchair engineer a little bit patronising, because we're community representatives, and with the well-being of our community on the roads is absolutely fundamental to what we do. So I am going to dig into the weeds on this one and say, look, Aberdeen Road, you're coming around another corner and you're in danger of going straight into a bus if you're not ready for a bus to suddenly be stopped in front of you. Not saying I won't support them in the future, but in this case, I don't see anything that's warning people that these things are coming, what they're about, any comms plan about it. So I'm happy to entertain it again in the future, but I can't support it right at the moment by just jamming these inline bus stops or in-lane bus stops in there. That's my beef with this one. Yes, of course, we're investing in public transport. For goodness sakes, we've seen the budget for the transport centre. You've seen what we did with the train. We are investing in public transport. It's how we're investing it, and it's the nuance. So no one's disagreeing that we need an ideal public transport system. My problem is how we're doing it, and I'm finding it a wee bit jarring at the moment. So I won't be supporting it today, which doesn't mean I won't be supporting it in the future.
Thanks, Councillor. Just before I go to Councillor Thompson for right of reply, I just have a couple of comments to make. And yes, this is about the projects that are listed under C, and that we are signing those off for further work. So I'm not going to talk about the pros or cons of a PT network for a growing city. I guess I would... generally, though, I would say that I'm supportive of these, and we had that when we made the decision on the 7th of December. Of course, our option was to not spend this local share fund or to use the opportunity to get some more safety improvements around. In particular, I will be very interested as the informal mayor of Frankton. Although I think Vino, the market manager, is more the mayor. I'm probably the CEO of Frankton. In the Lake Road Commerce Street roundabout, I travel that roundabout 6 days a week, and particularly in the weekends with the market on, it can get quite congested. So I think that's a really good outcome. And I have also seen quite a few pedestrians nearly get hit by cars, albeit them going very slow in that area. So I'm wanting to be involved in that where I can as a Westfield councillor, as well as my work with Frankton, and make sure that the businesses there who are very active in their Frankton business community to have a lot of say there. So I look forward to that as well. Councillor Thompson, right of reply.
Thank you. Some good points made around Frankton, and also Mayor Paula, I think summarised, I guess, things really well. What modern, well-functioning and livable city have you been to that doesn't invest properly in its public transport infrastructure? We have COVID right now, but we are not here to be looking 1 to 2 years in the future. We're here to be looking 5, 10, 20 years in the future. And so I think that we have to keep on moving forward in terms of making progress in this space, because COVID, this kind of situation that we're in is definitely not going to be lasting forever. So thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. All right, so we're on page 155. Thank you to all the speakers and the wide variety of points made. It's been really good. It's been moved and seconded C in the agenda paper there, so we'll put that to the vote. If we could please use the electronic buttons, makes it easier for our governance team. So a cross if you support C, and obviously a tick if you support C, and a red cross if you don't. And just hang on to those for a moment. And Amy, you can call the vote when you're ready. Thank you. Councillor Pascoe is not here.
So the motion is carried, noting that Councillor Bunting and Deputy Mayor Taylor are dissenting.
Great, thank you. Thanks, everyone. All right, let's move on. Item 14. This is the Infrastructure Alliance Achievement Report. I think this is the first report of its kind. That's right, isn't it, Robin? We haven't had this before.
That's correct, Councillor. We've kind of had updates when we've done contract renewals and extensions, but this is probably the first time we've had an activity report.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so Robin, over to you. And I see we've got, is it Simon from Infrastructure Alliance, or manages the team?
That's correct. So thank you, Chair Angela. So this, I guess, carries on a series of activity reports that we have been providing through this committee over the last few months, just providing a good detailed background of the activities that the transport teams are providing throughout the city. I will take this opportunity to introduce Simon Young. Simon's moved from the City Delivery team through to the Infrastructure Alliance as the manager, following Mike James moving on. So this is the first time in the history of this contract, which is coming up 8 and a bit years, 9 years, that we've had a Hamilton City Council person in that role. So I think that is a really important difference that's been created. And so, yeah, it was just really welcoming Simon on board with that.
Thank you. Welcome, Simon.
Thank you. Nice to be here.
So at this stage, basically, we've provided a bit of an overview of the achievements that or the deliveries from the Infrastructure Alliance last financial year, as well as some of the progress and programs that we have in place for this financial year. I know that there's probably some questions and comments even generated from our presentations this morning in the open forum, but we're happy at this stage just to open up to elected members and to answer whatever they would like to question. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Robin. All right, we'll start with Councillor Bunting.
Thank you. And look, first of all, can I just congratulate you and the team on the great work you did over the cyclone. Your involvement in that was really magnificent.
Thank you.
Yep. Big ups. We had a public submitter earlier on talking about, and I think it was when Councillor Dave was talking about it too, stuff in the cycle lanes. And are you the right person to talk about with regards to the maintenance and the cleaning and the sweeping of the cycle lanes?
Yeah, I can. I can give you an overview of the maintenance programs that we have in place and probably touch on what we've done since the cyclone as well.
Cool, thanks.
So the cycleways and footpaths around the city are on a program to be swept. The CBD, Hamilton East and Frankton get swept daily. The main arterial routes on a monthly cycle, and then the rest of the city split into zones and done 6 monthly. Since the cyclone event a couple of weeks ago, we've been proactively out there tidying up what we know are the hotspots for debris and leaves, and that's above and beyond our normally monthly sweeping program. Talking to the team this morning, they think there's about a week's worth of work still to do to catch up totally on that cleanup from after the cyclone. And then we pretty much move into leaf fall season in the next 6 weeks or so, and when we'll really be responding to a lot of leaf issues as well. And on top of that, we're reactively responding to a lot of customer requests following the cyclone.
Okay, so just in general, day to day, are we providing you enough capacity when it comes to because as we are building more off-road shared facilities, are we providing enough capacity to get that cleaned up in a prompt manner?
As a normal course of business, I think we're okay. The programs we've got okay, and we've got known hotspots that if there's such a weather event or a heavy rain warning coming through, we change our program to react to that. So we clean known hotspots before the weather arrives.
Yeah, okay. I'm just sort of because it's one of the common things we get. We get called about this, a tree across a cycle lane, or there's, it hasn't been cleaned enough. So just making sure that you can turn that around quickly if we follow it up without any great hassle. So there's no hole in that system.
So just jumping in here, so elected members during the 10-year plan did increase our budget for our cycleway maintenance, and that was part of the decision that we're now working through to determine as our network grows, is that enough as we go through, because some of them does take specialist kit to clean, and so the Infrastructure Alliance are modifying those processes. So we're doing the team, so in terms of the budgets, and then Simon can talk about the complexities if he needs to.
Because I guess what I'm looking at is, like, today we approved a bit of infrastructure, a bit of kit, and we haven't actually included the ongoing OPEX of it in that. So are we considering that when we put that infrastructure in, if we keep building more cycle lanes? So is it a consideration we're taking at the right time, rather than sort of constantly catching up and wondering why our cycleway cleaning bill is so big? So, okay, thank you. That's as far as I can go with that one. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McPherson.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Simon and Evelisa and teams. Look, I want to follow up Bunty's question a little bit. I'll talk more about the sort of culture / priorities when you're working on our roading systems. And the cyclone is a good example, actually. And while I'm aware that the people working on that worked their guts out, in fact, they were working outside where I live up until after dark, and then again the next morning and things like that for several days. So they certainly worked hard. But what I did see all around the area I'm in, and I actually received a couple of complaints from members of the public, was the first sort of port of call was to push the cut branches and cleared branches onto the footpath and the cycleways. So while the roads were cleared, the others either weren't cleared or in a couple of cases had been clear but were no longer clear because of where the cut branches were pushed. And this is matched, and Eva Lisa and I have many conversations about this, but when there's some roadworks going on by our Infrastructure Alliance people and other contractors going all out to keep the roads flowing and sticking the signage and bits of equipment in the cycle lane or on the footpath or both, but keeping the road open, the car part of the carriageway open. So that I'm just questioning, I guess, the culture here. There's no, occasionally you'll see a sign saying pedestrians, please use other side of the road. Not that there's a safe way to get across in most cases, but you see where I'm coming from. It doesn't, right now, near where I am, there are at least 2 footpaths still blocked 11 days after the cyclone came through, completely blocked. You literally have to go out on the road, and I see school kids doing that to get past them. So, yeah, I'm just don't think we've quite got the priority order right. And it's absolutely not a question about people working hard.
Yeah, so I guess the cyclone is a good example where it was all hands on deck from all units across council, and we had contractors working. So there were examples that we've come across where the tree was cleared fairly quickly to keep the traffic flowing, and then we've come in at a later date to clear the footpath. So yeah, except there's some of those situations where we're still responding to, and there was numerous ones across the city. It was all sorts of things happening. We had street lights down and traffic lights not working as well. So it was a really extreme event for Hamilton, one that I haven't seen before. But sorry to say, getting back to the culture of traffic management, a sign similar to pedestrian use other side as a last resort for us. We would always look for alternative ways to get pedestrians around or through work sites safely.
Yeah. Sorry, just follow up. You might like to comment about that as well. This as well, Eva Lisa. I'm looking at some new road surfacing that have been done where there is a cycle lane, and yeah, there's a lot of chips around on the chip sealed area. The car, and part of your construction protocol is to let the car's tyres sort of push the chips into the seal to help seal it and smooth it. And then there's a final sweep later on. I know how that sort of thing works, but what it actually does is push all the chips and the broken glass into the cycle lane. And then if you've only got a 6-monthly cleaning cycle, because it's not in the CBD, it's a hell of a long time before, I mean, on that particular one, 2 of them now, 2 bits, I go out on the road, the car carriageway, because I'd probably puncture my tyres going in the cycleway. So again, it's a culture thing. I'm just not sure. And I know that's not the only part of the city where that's happening. So I just wonder how that's being addressed. And it's not sort of looking for an explanation. How are we going to be more even-handed in that sort of way?
Yeah, I think that we get a lot of customer service requests, probably similar to what you're talking about. So we respond reactively to some of those very well, and then if once we get a history, they become one of our hotspots that we need to sweep more regularly.
And just further to that, it is like it is learning, like our cycling network is growing, and as you said, like there are instances where we don't get things quite right, but it's about how we plan and prepare for those so that we're not reactive in the way Simon talked about. We're very good reactively, but it's how we plan and prepare to prevent those so that you're not getting the queries from the community, and that how we communicate those to the community to say, hey, look, we're on to it, we're just needing to schedule it a little bit later. There's also in the public forum or in the public submissions, they talked about the hotspots for cyclists and like a button to actually show in the network what to do. So we're reliant on people to tell us, because when we don't know, we can't action them. So it's how we can proactively start engaging with our community on those sorts of things, that it's okay to let us know and we'll try and fix them. But we just don't want the expectation and on our teams that they'll be fixed within 24 hours, because then our whole planned maintenance network falls over. So it's something that we are very aware of, and I'm reminded of those probably every day through service requests, and just working through those and trying to balance our level of service and funding that we have to deliver those.
When there's any sort of roadworks, could we not have the manager and council responsible, or someone go out and monitoring, go out and do a post when the work's finished, the guys or women have gone away, the signs have gone away, do a little audit 2 days later and see if it's actually completed as well as we could. Couldn't we be that sort of proactive?
We are pushing those sorts of systems through, Councillor Dave. Exactly that, and not only the chip, but make sure that the workmanship's up to spec and that sort of thing as well. So yes, they're the sorts of things that we are pushing more and more. The other thing I was just going to note quickly is that with COVID, we are really mindful of just trying to create greater space between workers and public, and even ensuring that the public have good gaps between themselves. So while in the past, it might have been a temporary path of 1.5 metres, it's really not sufficient at the moment. So just that's something else that's just providing a little extra challenge for us at the moment, trying to make sure that those work sites are working safe both for staff and public.
Thanks, Angela.
Thanks, Dave. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. Some good questions. I had one additional one, which was just around the conflict between street trees and footpaths. And I raise this because I recently had a resident quite upset, come to me quite upset because they had some nice street trees along the street. Then we came in and we widened the footpath to the point where we took them out, and they didn't know that was going to happen. I guess my question is, and we don't have to answer it right now, but what can we do to manage, I guess, the conflict when there isn't a lot of space? And are we able to, I guess, have a way where we balance it up, get the views of people on that street or something, and say, okay, well, we'll do a narrow footpath so we can maintain those trees there.
I'm happy to answer that one. I think, look, in the first instance, most footpaths are replaced like for like. We do have funding through the low cost, low risk walking and cycling fund to do widening of some footpaths, but we're not doing that everywhere. We are choosing locations where we see higher volumes of pedestrian school, around schools, those sorts of things, or even if there's potential to get widening sufficient for shared cycle. The other thing that we do is work very closely with the parks team. So we're not just going in and taking out trees willy-nilly. We do work very closely with them. If those trees are getting close to the end of their life or are a problem species, then they're likely to be taken out. If they are still good quality street trees, then they will be retained, and the parks team do defend that quite strongly. So I guess that we're still working through the tail of having inappropriate tree species planted. And, we have a lot of older street trees too that we just need to work through. So I think everyone is very much on a case-by-case basis. But rest assured, if we can, if the trees are worth saving, and we rely on our parks people to give us that good direction, then we will certainly work closely with them to try and do that.
Okay, thank you, Robin.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, everyone. I don't think I have any questions. I guess I'm happy to move the recommendation on page 167. Second it. Thank you, Councillor Bunting. All I'd really say is just echo some of the compliments that the committee has made to to Infrastructure Alliance and your team, Simon, particularly in the wake of Cyclone Dovey. I know it's still going to take a few weeks to finish the cleanup, but I think when I look at the list of activities that we carry out and the sheer number of calls that you get in, tons of litter that's removed, the sheer volume of what you do on a day-to-day basis to help maintain our city is significant, and I think often it goes unappreciated on a daily basis by residents. We end up expecting a gold plate, a gold standard, and when you actually look at this, I think you're delivering a gold standard, albeit that people get annoyed when leaves fall off trees and normal first world problems, I guess I would say. But yeah, look, thank you. I think that this type of contract, while it's not unique in New Zealand, it certainly has served Hamilton City extremely well. So I'm appreciative of that. Councillor Bunting as the seconder.
Yes, absolutely. Endorsing what you're saying there, Chair Angela. I think the Infrastructure Alliance is a real success story, and the Chair's right. We will always get calls about leafy footpaths and blocked drains and trees over everything. And every time, I can tell you hand on heart, every time I've got in touch with you guys or through Evelisa, it's been a fabulous response. I think your expertise and your passion for the city was demonstrated when you worked in conjunction with the council guys during the cyclone. It was truly phenomenal just watching the fact that your team would just turn up, chop, move, and just blistering time. It was unbelievable. So I think our residents are really well served. I'm really pleased with the responses you've given us today too, with regards to the ongoing upkeep of cycleways and walkways, because I think that's going to be a bigger thing than we know. And I would heartily recommend that when we are looking at putting new kit in, we do factor in the ongoing OPEX, because that is going to be a growing bill in the future. So thank you for your time. Thanks for your report.
Thank you, really appreciate it, and I'll pass it on to the team. Thank you.
Oh, me, please. Oh, sorry.
Paula, yes.
Don't know why my hand doesn't go up sometimes. There you go. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and good afternoon, Simon. And I just want to also just say my huge thanks for the work that you've done in the last period of time, but also over the last couple of years, for many years since you've been in place. I always also get a very good service from you and all of your team if I get to the point where I have to bring something to your attention. And I think it behoves the community to realise that you can't have your eyes on every part of our city all the time. And so, that's where I know some of us have pushed for the Antenno app to be more widely used, which gives us some real-time intelligence about what's going on there. And I think the public must remember that we also set the service level in our long-term plans and things like that. And I guess if we want more done, we can put some more funding towards that kind of work, and more will be done because you'll be able to get more staff to do it. But also I do think there's a message to the community that, and we saw them doing this during the cyclone, is that they can be part of the solution as well for us, so that they can also play a part in looking after the environment in and around them, certainly not putting themselves at risk, and anything risky should be done by the Infrastructure Alliance and staff. But unblocking a stormwater drain or not actually blowing your leaves into the street in the first place would be a good start for that. But just that we're a community together and they can get alongside us. But thank you again for everything you do. It's certainly I bet your team are quite tired at the moment. There's firewood for Africa out there, so.
Thank you.
All right, thanks everyone for the comments, and really appreciated seeing this report in its totality for the first time. So thanks for that. All right, so that's been moved and seconded. All those in favour, please raise your hands. There are none against. That's carried. Thank you. All right, Robin, you might as well just join the committee today. Item 15, speed management. You're sitting right in the centre of all of my colleagues' faces, so it's just lovely. So this is another one. Is this another one for you, Robin?
There's another one for me.
Plan, yep, statement of proposal. So over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Angela. So this builds on a piece of work that we've been talking to elected members about for a little while. So a few years ago, we were really successful in pulling together the first speed management plan for New Zealand, which basically set out our intentions on how we were intending to manage speed throughout the city. The government's still working through their changes to legislation to make speed management plans more of the way forward, and to ultimately get rid of speed limit bylaws. And this is just an opportunity for us to work through and update our speed management plan, making sure that we've got it ready and fit for purpose when that legislation changes. To ensure that we are able to carry on with the work that we've been doing and the ability that we've had to be responsive and to get speed limit changes made quickly and easily. So the refresh is primarily reflecting changes that have been made to legislation and various guiding documents such as the GPS, Road to Zero, those sorts of things, and has also involved an update of the speed management map, which illustrates the ultimate speed limits that we're wanting to have in place for the city, noting that we will continue to work through that incrementally, work with those communities and be reporting those changes through the appropriate committees, initially Infrastructure Ops Committee for the Low Cost Low Risk Program, and then through the various hearings committees and traffic panel for the actual changes themselves. So with that in mind, I'm happy to open the floor to questions.
Thank you, Robin, and I'll move when we're ready. The staff recommendation on page 205. Are there any questions? Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you. I hope I'm on the right track here. In terms of looking at the map, basically the blue, that means 40k, right? So you're looking at massive areas going, well, increasing areas going to 40k, Robin?
Correct.
Right. So I'll give you two examples, and I'm just trying to think of the micromanagement, whether it's self-managing. I'll take two streets. Manning Street, which is now high density, cars blocking parking along the streets, not sure about the grass verges. It would be dangerous for you to drive 40k down there. Whereas Cameron Road, which is wider, high density, 40k I think is a great improvement on 50k. But again, without, as we know, road engineering and streetscape management works, then it comes the issue of enforcement, etc. So do you have, just give us a bit of a steer. I'm certainly supportive of the direction of travel, of course.
Yes, so I guess at the end of the day, any speed limit is a maximum, and we are expecting that our drivers drive appropriately, depending on the conditions, and those conditions change by time of day. It could be lots of school kids at certain times of the day. Sometimes it's lots of parked cars, etc. Sometimes those parked cars are the best engineering device that we actually have at the moment. We do have a program of progressively rolling out the safer speed areas, and we are slowly making progress, and that's funded through the Low Cost Low Risk Road to Zero program. And there is, I understand your frustration about perhaps not having enough engineering works to fully support that. At the moment, it is, I would describe it as spreading the Marmite rather thinly. And we are happy to come back and look at what extra work is needed. And often that's painting of the 40k speed limit on the road. But I guess at this stage, our focus is on trying to get that consistency and get more of those local streets to that 40k speed limit. Does that answer your question? Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's very helpful. And Madam Chair, I will be reserving the right to speak in the debate around a whole of neighbourhood urban renewal approach, of which this is an important component. Just do I take it that then if we take, I'll use the Manning Streets as an example, do we take it that then there's further, what you've said, there's further micro reviews as we look at the broader rollout, but obviously there will be streets, and I'm using Manning, narrow, long, high density, cars parked, which could actually, your brain would tell you should be 30k anyway. And that, will that be sort of the next, I think what I'm hearing from you is that's the next sort of phase of review, that there will be some further 30k areas that are more appropriate.
Yes, the early indications that we're getting from the various working groups that I'm on is that we can expect to see more of the 30k being rolled out in the future. At this stage, I'm indicating that we have a desire to get on and get all of those 40s in place, and then work through those 30s. Yes.
No. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, and thanks, Robin. One very quick question: if a community does come to us, because there seems to be a list of safer speed areas that we're rolling out each year. If community does come to us and say, hey, we're really concerned about speed in our area, can you do something? Where's our flexibility? Are we able to use other low cost, low risk funding to do 2 in that year, or what would be our options?
So I guess this has been one of my concerns with where the government's going with their proposals, where they're wanting that, the more specific details about the rollout. And I'm hopeful that we can, through, if we've got a community who have a desire and that we can find funding, that we will look at those opportunities and to continue rolling them out, because at this stage that the list is based on a sort of a risk-based assessment alongside a recognition of where we have received requests to date. But we are very mindful that the situations change, and that could be, change to a activity. It might be some more infill housing, all of those sorts of things. So these communities do have change, and we need to be able to respond to them. So I'm certainly hopeful that those sorts of opportunities can be brought back through the committee, and that we can look at how we can fund them. Yes.
And what's the risk that the rules are made so that we're just locked into whatever we put on in our plan?
Well, I guess that it is a risk. We did signal that in our submission to the speed limit rule process, and we have to now wait and see what's coming through. I guess all I can say is I continue to reiterate that through the various working groups that I'm on, which involve both Ministry of Transport and Waka Kotahi staff, to try and really reflect the benefits that we've had with the speed management plan, and making sure that we don't lose those benefits by then creating it as a national approach.
Okay, thank you.
Great. All right, that's all the questions. This is the standard process for council to go out, approve the statement of proposal and go out for public consultation, which could result in hearings, which will be seen by Councillor Wilson's committee on the 3rd of May. He's super excited. So with that, I will move the recommendation on page 205. Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Wilson, thank you. I won't debate this. Is there any debate, Councillor Gallagher? You wish to debate?
Yes, thank you for your indulgence, and greetings to you here, along with many people who have greeted you today. formal greetings and etc. Doing a good job. Seriously, I want to. Obviously, I support this, and I will, if you like, as they would say, bang on about this forever and ever. I think this is part of what should be our whole neighbourhood approach to urban renewal, particularly in terms of the higher density areas. And obviously slow streets must be accompanied with appropriate engineering solutions, but they must also encompass things like good street lighting, footpaths, friendly, pram and wheelchair friendly footpaths, tree canopies, etc., so that we actually have a really nice, this is to me part of that lovely, what we call 20-minute city. And I'm just going to use example of Cameron Road just as my example today, where really high density road with lots of flats of varying architectural merit in my view, but put that aside. So this to me is even slowing the street is a real plus, but going with that, and again, all I'm saying is I hope the next council in terms of its LTP will be, if you like, taking that whole of neighbourhood approach. Now, I'm aware that there are lots of good things happening. Don't get me wrong, there are lots of good happening, but I would like a more, in terms of our comms and our discussion, a more sort of whole of neighbourhood approach. Dinsdale, Frankton, another high density area. Melville, another high density area, etc. So look, I certainly fully support this, but this just, as we know, doesn't end there. And I totally get what Robin says correct about spreading the Marmite. We have to do that. We're under huge financial budget challenges, but again, obviously, in acknowledging the engineering works that have to accompany that, so that our streets, slower streets, are, for cyclists, for pedestrians, cars, etc. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you. Look, I'll echo a lot of what Councillor Martin said, but also what I like about your, we're actually geographically blessed in a way, aren't we, Robin, in that we can actually quite conveniently make whole neighbourhoods kind of consistent. So it's kind of cool, their little gully systems and the likes. But what I do like about this is it's actually not just a matter of slowing everybody down either. We've got some great well-engineered roads like the Ring Road and some wider ones, which we can still keep at a higher speed. So I think that's worthy of mention, during this report and as we go through this. We're not just throwing a big blanket on everybody and slowing them down like some people would like to think. So I think it's really well put together. I'm very confident going out to the public with it and looking forward to a public really good response.
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, Robin, you said something about it's a limit. I've always said to people it's a limit, not a target. But Kiwi drivers look at it as a target and then some. All right. Okay, so that's been put. Everyone who wants to speak has spoken. So all those in favour, staff recommendation on page 205, raise your hands. Is there anyone? No one is against. That's been carried. Thank you. We're on the back straight now, everyone. Well done. Thanks for staying awake. We're on to what can often be a very lengthy report in terms of time. So the GM's report, item 16. Now, I will do what I normally do through here, but if you don't have a legitimate question and you just want to question something that's in the report that you already have the answer to, please don't ask a question. But otherwise, if you want clarity or more information on the item, then of course your questions are welcome. So we'll go through each one starting. Oh, there are some recommendations on page 238, some specific recommendations and requests of the committee. We can address those as we go through the items. So there may be a couple of items that people have no questions on. So you will let me know either way. Right, so let's go to the first item in the GM's report, which is Vision 0. There's our normal table there. Are there any questions on that? No questions. All right, next one up is Eastern Pathways School Link and Connections business case. Some updated information there for us on page 240. And staff, if there was anything you wanted to add, please jump in as we are on the item. The GM's reports are always basically for updated information on work in progress. So, yeah. All right, we move to the next one, Transport Centre Rejuvenation Project update. No, it must be really good report writing this time, Evelisa, well done. And also on the bottom of that is e-scooters and e-bikes update.
Yeah.
Yes,
Sorry,
question, Councillor Bunting.
You sort of ruin your flow there.
No, that's quite
no. I just
right.
wanted to just get an update. The e-bikes. I've seen a few of them around.
Yeah.
How is that going? Do you have figures on that, Evelisa, or is it successful for them so far? Or?
So I don't have exact figures on those. So this update was just to advise you that they're now on our streets as promised. And so we can provide an update as to how they are going at the next report, if that's helpful for you.
That'd be cool. But I was encouraged to see that 40% is now Neuron, 60% Lime. So competition is not driving either of them out of business as such.
No, I'm seeing lots of people using the e-bikes as I move around the city, and the scooters still. So it's actually nice to have that affordable option for e-bikes on our city streets.
Great, thank you.
The report does say 60, where does it say there? 85 trips per day with the combined operators. Yeah, so yeah, I was going to ask the same, so I'll be interested to see that. That information come back. All right, electric vehicle charging. Evelisa, do you just want to just verbally, just because I know you're quite passionate about this as well, and then I'm sure there will be questions.
So this is a follow-on from the December Infrastructure Operations Committee report and a workshop held through the Environment Committee where a local business came and presented their EV charging opportunity to council. So this is around actually starting to get EV chargers in locations and supporting businesses to do that. Understanding that council at this point isn't the owner of infrastructure and that businesses are wanting to put those in place for us, and they've identified locations which are off street, so they're not in on-street parking locations. So this report is generally just seeking, I guess, endorsement from elected members to continue to develop a draft memorandum of understanding with the business to bring back to council to formally approve, and also noting that we want to continue to review the approach of EV charging in the city in terms of how that approaches, and to bring that back to council too, so to the committee as well, to where appropriate.
Yeah, great, thank you. Okay, any questions on this one? No, the update in the report. Yep. I'm watching Dave because he looks like he's quickly reading. No, okay. All right. Page 243, the council policy reviews update, and there's an update there on Ruffle Onion temporary closure as well.
So just noting on the policy, this is one area where we've been asked to come through the committees in terms of a deferral of just some work programs for our team. We would love to get the 2 policy reviews underway, but know that we're just trying to manage our work programs, so are wanting to push that into the 22-23 financial year to complete.
You know, I've been banging on. I'm so looking forward to it because I have an awful lot to contribute with both these policies. So I'm going to have to get myself re-elected to be able to do that. Otherwise, I'll be in the public forum on every committee. No, I would never do that. Anything on, thanks, Evelisa, anything on Ruffle Onion? We had an update through, just recently on the Finance Committee or Dave's committee? Can't remember.
Might have been mine.
It's yours, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, so page 244, there's 2 items on that one, the corridor agreement and the submission. We've had a separate item on the Waikato District Council proposed speed limit, so we have discussed the merits of that issue anyway today. Yep, page 245, mobility car park survey results. I know Councillor Thompson will have questions here. And actually, I have a question as well. To put you on the spot there, Sarah.
Yeah, I was just going to save questions and maybe ask for a catch up on it to just get an update, but I'm happy to ask now. I was just interested in whether we are going ahead with the Access Aware app and where we're at the smart enforcement, because I know cost is a bit of an issue for the national CCS or the organisation that administers the cards, but is there a way that we can make a trial happen for Hamilton or something?
So just to answer that, Councillor Sarah, Sir John Purcell's involved with the New Zealand Parking Association. And so this is an initiative that while we could have started something in Hamilton, it was desirable to have something that's going to be rolled out nationally and applicable nationally. So he's certainly working with CCS Disability around that, and we'll be looking with them to look at what funding sources we can get, because we do think that this is a really great little initiative that we'll get some funding opportunities to come in, basically enable the mobility car park permits, which are currently basically a card, to have some smarts put into them so that they can actually talk with our technology, so that we can very quickly pick up on whether a mobility permit is actually current or not, and whether actually there is even a permit there, so that we can pick up on that illegal parking and be far more responsive to that bad behaviour that we do see. So still a project in its early stages, but one I think is going to be really cool to pull off.
Awesome.
Yeah.
That's really exciting to hear. We're working on that. And with the access, is the Access Aware app where you're able to easily report if someone's in a mobility park and they shouldn't be? I'm
not really familiar with that Access Aware app, so I'm going to have to follow up with you on that one.
Okay, because I just know that's something that Maurice Flynn raised with Andrew and I.
Okay.
In the first year of this term, and is keen to have available for people to use, but not sure. It might just be connecting it in with our systems. That's the challenge. Thank you.
I think just probably just a note for staff. I read the survey and I was really interested in it, although not surprised, as I'm sure you won't be, of the feedback that's been given. And I'd like to understand at some point what it would take if we packaged up the suite of requests from those people that use these car parks, what that would look like, and whether that would be in terms of the request for fixing, adding mobility parks, etc. Aware, of course, we're doing work on our parking management plan for the city, and what that might look like, whether that would be an annual plan or an LTP suite of work, because I feel like the disability and accessibility sector, we do good work, but I feel like they have to ask so long and so hard for just for the right car parks to suit their needs, and it would be really nice to bundle it all up into a basket, into a project, and just roll it out. So
yes, I guess just as an update, what we're doing with this info is we're certainly looking at doing another audit of all of the facilities we've got out there. We want to understand what's missing, what's good, bad and ugly, but we're also looking at and working with the CCS Disability and DPA around rather than doing up one car park that's not well used, actually get rid of that, where is a better one, and working through those opportunities with them. and pulling that together in a program. We do have funding through the low cost, low risk walking and cycling program that we've done accessibility work, and we did some work in Seoul Ave last financial year and around that area. And we've got some work in that sort of Frankton area this year. So that's a possibility, and that's something that we'll put through to councillors as an idea for next financial year's funding.
Right.
And I guess the other thing is I think that there's real value in this being a regular type of engagement, because the reality is if businesses move, then even though it might be the best car park in the world, if it's nowhere near that business anymore, then it's no use. So it is something that does need a regular review and update. And so that's something that we have to be probably more responsive and nimble about getting those updates done.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. That apple pie, Mark Bunting, looked very good. Well done. I'm impressed with your skills.
I'll say you, don't worry.
Admit it, Mark, you've scoffed the lot.
I thought it was a UFO behind him for a moment there. I thought, oh no, that's the apple pie. Commuter parking delay because of COVID. We kind of know. We've been kept fairly up to date through a variety of committees on that one. Look, page 246, the last item in the GM's report here, wastewater overflows mitigation. That's another update on the Delia Court stuff. Anything else? Any questions on that bit? No? Okay. All right, so let's move back to page 238. So there's a variety of approvals there, and Councillor Thompson and Donovan have just got an addition to the motion. Amy, if you've got that, it was in the chat message, and that's been run past the General Manager, and she's comfortable with that, so we'll pop that up. Councillor Thompson, can you just tell us what you're wanting? It's fairly straightforward, but just tell us what it's achieving.
Yes, so there was some discussion in the Environment Committee raised by Councillor Mark around developing a network plan. So we're just asking for an option to come back for us to consider for potentially options to consider for potentially developing that network plan.
Yeah, great. Okay. All right, if everyone's clear on that, it's been moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Donovan. Councillor Thompson is the mover. Do you wish to speak?
I think that the report that raised a lot of questions around future direction in terms of EV charging, and so there's a lot we do need to work through once you start to look at it, and so I think it's really important that we get onto this now and have some clear direction. It's those fast chargers at the supermarkets, like Councillor Mark said the other day, are not really going to cut it. So we need to make it convenient and easy for people to charge electric vehicles, and this should hopefully be a good first step beyond the pilot that's happening, which is already great work. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Donovan as the seconder, do you wish to speak?
Well, maybe a little bit, but I think Councillor Thompson covered it quite nicely, and yeah, I just back up what she was saying. I must admit, I didn't think I'd ever hear myself talking about electric vehicles, but I know that they're coming, and we just have to, heaven forbid, but brace ourselves. So,
does that mean you'll buy one?
Yeah, and when I was in Cubs, Kayla always taught me, be prepared. So,
that's true. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you. The reason Councillor Mark too is talking about electric vehicles is that half an hour ago I sent him an email about a new electric ute that is coming out in New Zealand later this year, and he's absolutely excited about it and energised. We can all see that. So I'm glad you're on board there, Mark. Slightly more seriously, some of the stuff I've been reading from electric vehicle sort of blogs and whatnot overseas in quite recent times is starting to identify the electric charging network as being the main driver of uptake now. The people that are techno nerds and want an electric vehicle, they're in the game already. There's enough range in most vehicles to be in the game, but there's not enough electric charging sort of stations around the place for people to feel fully comfortable. That's what's being reported in some of the other jurisdictions overseas that we sort of closely follow time-wise. So I think this is a good move that we actually have a look at how we can contribute to that, and maybe work with the regional council, who tells me that they're doing a somewhat similar exercise for around the Waikato.
Great, thank you, Councillor. Me, Paula.
Oh, I am on mute. Thank you for that. I have support the recommendations. I'm a very big fan of EVs. I have one, thanks to the council, and it goes like a dream. I invite anyone to have a share or go on it anytime you like. You can get the keys off me and give it a go. In terms of the couple of things, the resolution, the electric charging stations, very keen on that. I think we should be entering into partnerships somehow to help fund that, whether that's with the power companies or with any additional advertising or whatever may occur. My expectation around that is open expressions of interest and tendering, rather than, you know, just shoulder tapping one or two. Everyone should have access to see. That's where we get the best deal. See who will sharpen their pencil for us and come up with the deal. In terms of the gateway policies, just funnily enough, I understand why it has been delayed financially, but I have to say I receive several a month comments about the state of our entranceway to the city. It's not exactly a ta-da, it's more like a In fact, when you come into the northern gate of the city, the sign is actually broken and hasn't even got the complete word there anymore, which is a bit of an interesting issue. And I think there's a matter of city pride, and we are a big city, a big lovely city, the most beautiful big city in New Zealand, although maybe not this year since we weren't in the awards this year. And we should have something really exciting that announces we are a modern city, not some shabby sign where our name isn't even quite there. Just make a point. So I really hope that there may be some way before we do the big ta-da around the entranceways that we can at least repair the sign or get something done about that, so that it does say welcome to Hamilton in a half pie cheery way at least. So yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
Well, that was a bit negative, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't. Councillor, I share your views on the signage. Councillor Bunting.
Very innovative. Yeah, look, I'll go one step further and I say I think we should just put a digital sign there, because then we can change it no matter what's coming up. But it's a whole new debate, but I think that could be quite cool. The thing is, we've got to decide where our entrance is, because that keeps changing. So, you know, it's an ongoing feast. Just regards the charging network, like I'm supportive of it. And am well aware that, you know, that's one of the reasons that electric cars haven't taken off faster, is because the infrastructure is not there. But I don't think that council ought to be entering the game on its own. There's a lot of very, very accomplished competitors, Kiwi-based competitors around the world, who have got big electric networks, all the kit, everything. There's some people locally who are offering that sort of stuff too. And I'd also suggest that when you're doing this work, Evelisa, that you have a good natter with Well Networks, because I know they'll be ideal partners in this, really, really good partners, and it'll be a good way of cementing that relationship. But great report, thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Thanks, everyone. Right, that's been moved and seconded. Show of hands, all those in favour. That's everyone. Nobody is against. Thank you, that's been carried. All right, last item, second to last item, last public item anyway. So this is just item 17, the external committees update, page 265. Just let me get my agenda back up here. So we'll just, in addition, this is always in addition to the agenda, and we'll go around the room to the members that sit on the variety of external committees and get a quick update from anyone. The first one being the Regional Transport Committee. So I'm the representative on that, with Councillor McPherson being the alternate. There's a couple of updates actually. The first committee meeting was on Monday. And in addition, I guess, to the staff report, or one of the staff reports that was on that agenda was, of course, our letter from the Mayor requesting, on behalf of Council, requesting Councillor McPherson be the alternate to attend. He attends all the meetings anyway, but to have question and speaking rights, I guess, not voting. So the letter was accompanied on the item. I spoke to that item and explained that it was a result or an outcome of our governance review, which was unfortunately, due to lockdowns, we did, of course, later than we would normally have carried that exercise out. And just explained that Councillor McPherson's portfolio role relevance to growth would be of value to the committee. Now, a number of members expressed a bit of a theme of concerns, I guess, that I thought were valid in the context. A couple of the issues were the timing, being that it was unfortunately late in the term for this request, although I believe we requested this right at the start of the term as well. And some members of that committee felt that it would be up to HCC if we felt that our representation on that committee wasn't right, that our governance structure should sort that out. I thought that was a fair enough comment. And the other one was that all of the TLAs that sit on that regional committee had one representative around the table, so they felt that was only fair. But you know, some of the members on that committee did actually acknowledge Councillor McPherson's wealth of experience. So that was acknowledged as well. I moved and Angela Strange seconded, and unfortunately that was not accepted at that time by the committee. Just before we go into questions and I go to the other members, I'll just on that meeting, the other update from NZTA was, we did hear from David Spears today about the speed cameras, which I was pretty excited about. And he actually said, just in addition to what he said today to us, was that the technology was so impressive that they would run foul of privacy laws actually before they ran out of ways to use the new technology and the cameras for safety. So I thought that was pretty impressive actually. There was some talk about the latest safety campaign with the price tag of $5 million, but David Spears reminded us that there's, you know, the country spends $1.4 billion on deaths and serious injuries per year. So in the context of that, a $5 million safety campaign didn't appear to be terribly material. And then the last thing just on that was, as I think we heard from our last meeting from Councillor Wilson, that the rail governance group was nearing the end of its life in that form, and that a new governance structure was imminent. So at our meeting on Monday, we confirmed the new governance structure for the rail, for rail Tahui and management going forward would be a subcommittee of the Regional Connections Committee. So Councillor Strange would report through, and I believe she will be the chair. So I did send an email to Councillor Wilson and the Mayor, so I guess that process will work its way through our governance structure. I would certainly hope that Councillor Wilson will continue to be our appointee on that formal subcommittee. So that was just, let me just double check. I don't think there was anything else. It was, yeah, not a bad meeting in terms of a bit of new information. So any questions? Councillor McPherson. Oh, you're on mute, Dave.
Sorry, not a question, Angela, but I do want to comment on the first part of that last item.
Yeah.
So I do have a slightly different take from you, not in the factual thing, but in what was sitting behind it. Firstly, I'll say this advisedly, and I've thought about it. I haven't personally felt so insulted by at a local government gathering in my 24 years in council as I was during that discussion, and nor have I felt seen HCC so insulted as that. The people from the other councils who spoke were clearly had organised in advance. You'll know, and other listeners to those committees know, that most of them hardly say boo to a goose during the meeting, but they had 6 of them, or maybe 7, including mayors that don't always attend, lined up to speak against the city council having a second rep. And that was the biggest thing. They didn't want us to have a second voice there, even though we're 50% of the population of the region, and more so in terms of budget, I might add. For instance, even though I was asked to sit at the table by the regional council before the meeting, they attacked me for sitting at the table. And I thought I was quite disgusted by it. I walked out of the meeting, and I've now resigned as the alternative to that. They are not interested, in my opinion, in having a sort of a good discussion about things. Our council was never asking for another vote. Not that that's in a voting place. I've probably been a couple of votes in the 15 years or so I've been involved in that, if you're lucky. So I just felt that there was an extremely anti-Hamilton thing going on there that they expressed, and I was the target, and the city council was the target, and Mayor Paula's letter was the target too, and it was a very innocuous, sensible letter, I might add. And the way it was done, it was terrible. I felt if they had a problem with the proposition, that they should have, the other mayors who were involved and senior councillors should have picked up the phone to Paula and spoken to her and sorted something out, or at least cleared the air a bit beforehand. But they literally waited until they got there. And the regional council staff who put up the proposition didn't put it up in favour of it. They put it up as an either or sort of thing. So it wasn't something, and they didn't speak in favour of it. And Chair Russ, who was there, didn't speak in favour of it either. Only yourself and the other Angela Strange spoke at all in favour. I have not been so disgusted by it, and particularly shocked, I might add, like at a district council's representative leading the charge there, and he's a person that yourself and myself and other of our councillors work very closely at, and on things like the Connections Committee and the Rail Committee. I and other HCC reps have strongly supported their involvement and what they want to help them achieve their outcomes, but none of that was reciprocated, in my opinion. So anyway, the upshot, that's sort of a statement from me, but I'm not going to be the alternative, and I won't attend those meetings again. I might personally think that we absolutely need to do things like work with NZTA, and we should have direct relationships with them, because having our views filtered through 9 other small councils does not give our views, our metro views, the sort of light of day that they need. We can't get a strong voice through there. During the discussion of the regional land transport plan end of last year, I got no support for some of our policy propositions that we put up asking to go in. For instance, we'd be better off advocating straight to the government and its agencies what our views are, rather than going through that regional transport committee. It was a farce. And I would not say the same about the connections committee, where we have the other councils involved and we don't overshadow them. When needed, they have their time to discuss it, and vice versa, we have the necessary time and place that we need for that. Quite a different animal, the connections committee, as opposed to the regional transport committee.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Look, thanks for your comments, Dave. I appreciate you expressing them here. I, of course, can't, I can't speak on behalf of how you felt, other than I didn't see the disrespect to HCC that you obviously felt was there. And I do have to say that they do always are very respectful for me and very welcoming of me on the committee. And while I only have a short amount of time with them, I have enjoyed my time on the committee. So I guess in that respect, we see things quite differently. But I appreciate your comments. Thank you. Mayor Paula, you're on mute.
Thank you. Thank you. I wasn't going to speak on that. I will in a minute. I was going to endorse, and I've just opened your email now, about the Kiwi Rail subcommittee, and I just want to endorse your view on Ewan continuing to be our representative. And every time anyone speaks about their work, they do praise Ewan for the approach that he's taken on our behalf. And that's people who hold a different view of rail as well, Ewan. so you're keeping the peace, which is really good. When does that need to be decided? Is it
not sure. I just assume their governance will contact our governance, or through the CE to your office or Lance's. Yeah.
Okay, and in respect to our representation in WRC, it is something that we're trying to strengthen in many ways. It's unfortunate that experience occurred. We did write to them openly and politely to put our view across, the council's view across on that respect. I think the step you took earlier in the day to set up more conversation at our end to inform what goes on there is a good step in the right direction, because it means we can bring more voice into the debate, which I think is excellent. I'm also talking with Councillor Remington, Chairman Remington, apologies, around how we get more Hamilton councillors engaging with their Hamilton councillors on key issues of interest, not everything. There's a lot we don't have in common, but there are some things we do have in common. Sub-regional growth, transport, catchment, biodiversity, those kind of things we do have in common. And those are the things where I want to spend my time. So I think we can look to strengthen our connect with WRC in meaningful ways, and hopefully bypass this particular issue in a constructive way.
Great, thank you. Councillor Gallagher.
Yeah, can you see me? I'm having IT problems at this end. Can you see my face?
We can see you. We can see you and we can hear you. Yep.
Yeah, no. This issue is not about Councillor O'Leary or Councillor McPherson, and obviously both of you, particularly Councillor O'Leary, no issue the way in which you're representing us on this committee. This issue is, number one, the Mayor of the fourth largest metro of our land wrote to this committee. This letter comes after about 2 years of trying to lobby and say, look, we'd like a second voice because we are a major metro, and logically we have the chair of operations and the chair of strategic, two different portfolios but complementary, and we're not even hassling about a vote. And I have to say that I am incredibly shocked that, with respect, the way in which that Transport Committee ignored the letter from the Mayor, basically, and said no. And I got to say that if that had been a mayor of any other district in the region and they had ignored that mayor like that, then I think there would be questions to ask. So I'm asking, and I've read the Regional Council report, I've read the background to the committee, is this form of committee, as it's set up through legislation, but as the staff report clearly says they can add people to it, is it, from the point of view of Metro Hamilton, fit for purpose? And I'm going to contrast this with the Future Proof, which seems to be really collaborative, respects the role of Metro Hamilton, obviously, with the other partners. Again, doesn't quibble over it, has two, the Mayor and Dave, on it. So I just seem to think that we should do two things. Number one, I think we shouldn't do diplomacy, but I think we should write back to that committee and say that we're deeply disappointed at their approach and what we asked for, because we don't believe the committee is adequately representing our needs as a metro in terms of that committee. The climate change issue at the end of last year is a good example. Certainly Acknowledge Connections Committee, Future Proof, other forums I think are going well. And then I'm going to suggest that we take this as an example to the local government review, CC the Local Government Commission, to say, frankly, this RLTC, from the point of view of Metro Hamilton, 40% of the population, huge chunk of the GDP for this area, gets one vote along, equal with Otahonga and et cetera. We think these kind of forums are not necessarily fit for purpose. So that's number one. Number two is I would like some kind of staff report or some sort of update as to how we could just do bilateral stuff. So by all means sit in that forum, and I'm, great. But as Dave has correctly said, we need to make sure that we must do direct contact with the minister, with Waka Kotahi, because quite frankly, if that is the way in which they have responded to the most amazingly moderate, low-key request from the City of Hamilton, don't trust them to meet all your aspirations in terms of as a major metro. Just think on it. They can't even give you a non-voting second rep with speaking rights when we've explained our unique situation. Do you honestly think they're going to burn the midnight oil to really address our other issues, frankly? That doesn't apply to the other committees. And with respect to Councillor O'Leary, good luck. I just think, as I said, I am disappointed. And I think we need to have a bit of posture with respect on this. Nothing to do with you or Dave as people. And this is very relevant for the next term as we move forward. Thank you.
Yeah, and something that can be addressed the next term. I do have to just correct you, Martin. They didn't, WRC and the committee didn't ignore Mayor Paula's letter. They responded with a letter setting out their formal process, and they said because it's a membership that their committee would have to decide, and they laid that all out, and that Mayor Paula's letter and their response to Mayor Paula's letter was attached to the agenda item for Monday. So I think it's really unfair to say that while we didn't get the request, they didn't ignore us.
Oh, sure and I read that.
Yep.
I read that. That was prior to the consideration.
Yep.
All I'm saying, I think we should express our deep disappointment, and then I think we should actually, picking up a bit on Dave's point, we should refocus on some more greater bilateral.
If it's helpful, just remind councillors that we are having a joint meeting with WRC, and this will be on the agenda.
Okay, good.
And look, I have to speak up because I know Angela won't, but Angela has been a very good voice on that committee for the whole time. So at least, and I know, Dave, you have been there contributing, albeit that they don't like it, but you have been, your voice has been there. But Angela, you've done a great job. Just let me say that.
And totally endorse that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Point of order there. Paula just said that I've been there contributing. What kicked this off, you have to remember this, Paula, was at a workshop they were holding, not a formal meeting. I was refused permission to ask a question because I was only an alternate member, ask a question of the Waka Kotahi, as a matter of fact. So that's what kicked this off.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Councillor Bunting.
Yeah, I can see a lot of pain in the room, and Martin, I can sympathise. I mean, there's nothing worse than petty politics getting in your way of your passion for the infrastructure area. I can feel that. But hey, look, we move on. I think there's a lot of good that Dave's doing in other circles. And Dave, if they don't want to play with your soccer ball, take it to another field and do your good work somewhere else, because there's so many other places that you can be heard, and I have absolutely no doubt that you will be. But what I do want to talk about is the Tahuia thing and endorse. I think Councillor Ewan has been a fantastic rep on there. He's fought tirelessly for us, and he's got a lot of good wins. So I really want to endorse that, because I think that's really, really chunky, and I think there's a lot of good work to be done. But hey, there's only another 3 or 4 meetings of all those committees this term anyway. So I think we should perhaps not get our knickers in too much of a knot over it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bunting. Deputy Mayor, did you still have a question/comment, or you're good?
No, enough said, I think.
Okay, cool. All right, thanks everyone. So next one's the Regional Connections Committee. Myself, Councillor McPherson, Wilson and Thompson.
Apologise. I'll respect a majority view. This is not about Dave or you. This is about Metro Hamilton. It is not intent, at least, to write to them and say that we're disappointed, and obviously we'll be pursuing this in the next term.
Yeah, thanks,
to be
Martin.
a will to do that, it's up to you. I'm just one vote.
And Paula has said we've got a joint meeting coming up with them, and this is already on the agenda. So I think face to face would be good. And yeah, okay. So let's move on. Oopsie, I'm on the wrong. So Connections Committee. I'll go to the others. You've heard more than enough from me. So Councillor McPherson, have you got any comments from the? Gosh, when was this? 11th of February. So just recently.
Yeah. Look. Angela, the main thing I'd say is that councillors would do well to have a look at the papers that do come out on diligent. I know you were discussing that with with Rob, I think, before, because I think the staff of the Regional Council are quite good in that area in giving us the sort of financials and the patronage figures and the trends, and showing us when the different COVID phases and lockdown phases kicked in and finished and all that sort of thing. So you can get a good picture of the effect they're having on PT around the place and what the general trends are. So if you're sort of worried about how we're going or whether we're going the right direction, that's a good starting point. And that certainly gets discussed at all those meetings. So I'd encourage people to join in. And without having those figures in front of me, they showed that there is a sort of an upturn, but in PT post-COVID, but it's going to get hit again by what's happening at the moment, I'm quite sure. But you can see that after the first lockdown, we were almost back to normal to the pre-lockdown before the next lockdown started. So it's not, you can see that there's the permanent trend appears to be in good directions, especially with our routes like the Comet and the Meteor. So yeah, just make those comments.
Thanks, Dave, and just support that too in terms of we seem to sporadically, I think, Eva-Lisa, get our good friend Andrew Wilson to present, because he's a great presenter and he gives us those patronage reports. So when we've queued him up for the next one, if he can bring the patronage reports along with financials as well for PT, both Councillor Pascoe and the Deputy Mayor are interested in that. Hopefully he's on the April list. Let's make him on the April list.
Yes, he is. So
Good.
in terms of all PT financials will be coming through in that report.
Okay, cool. Councillor Thompson?
Thanks. Yeah, there were a few other things that came out of the Connections meeting. So elected members might be aware now there are bus driver shortages. COVID's not helping the situation, obviously. So that has delayed the rollout of the Meteor service. We're now looking the middle of this year. And that's the other issues around people having to isolate and things, they're now on a reduced schedule. So there is some disruption at the moment to the bus services because of COVID. But there are a couple of other smaller issues, like the timing of the flex bus going, or flex service going to the airport. I think because the timings of the flights keep changing, that wasn't aligning so well at the time that we looked. So they're having another look at that to make sure that it is serving the majority of flights throughout the day, other than your kind of business flights in the morning. So yeah, Councillor Ewan might have more to add on that. There weren't too many groundbreaking things coming out of that meeting, but we did start a workshop on the public transport plan, whatever you call it, regional public transport plan.
Oh, yeah. And Councillor Wilson was very excited about the airport flex shuttle that he has lobbied for 25 years. Councillor Wilson, as the other member on the Connections Committee, anything you wanted to add before we move to your rail one?
No, look, my colleagues have covered it really well. Fully endorse Sarah's comments about our suggested small improvements to flex to cover that broader flight schedule. Yeah, no, very pleased.
Great, cool, okay. So with that, Councillor Ewan, Tahuia update.
Tahuia, yeah. Look, putting aside some recent commentary from the Chamber, and I'll come to that in a minute, some of the service improvements we have discussed have now materialised, and it's a real improvement being able to go through to downtown Auckland and to the Auckland Airport stop. You'll note that I've used those terms very deliberately. We're fading away from using things like the Strand of Puanui, because some feedback we've had is actually people who are listening have no idea where those things are. But if you talk to them about downtown Auckland and Auckland Airport, they get it. And so I'm hoping over the next period of time, and when I say period of time, I think realistically, you've got to give this thing 2 years to build. I think we'll see some significant improvement. In regards to some of the constructive narrative that's out there from opposing sides of the Tahuia debate, look, I welcome any inquiry as to quantums involved in Tahuia. It's not a secret. Those decisions have been made. The government have approved the funding, and we're simply trying to do our very best in its implementation. I think people have to be reminded this is about a step change. It's going to take time. I'm pleased the Chamber are chatting about it. If they're talking about it, hopefully their members will be thinking long and hard about it and how maybe they could use it. And there is a level of irony that, of course, if we were a private operator, you would imagine the Chamber would be running behind us, supporting every initiative and trying to call upon people to use it and support. And I hope there will be this shift in thought and that they start to embrace it. Again, I'm confident that around this council table that we've got support, but I'm also mindful that in fact this project is locked in. The government have committed, and if you took the premise of some people's argument, which is, oh look, we might as well throw all this away, I remind them that nearly 70 million of the 90 odd million has already been spent on critical infrastructure that provides some future-proofing for this great country of ours. So it seems a little short-sighted to think that you would then walk away from that sunken investment in infrastructure and simply hand the rolling stock and the carriages back to Kiwi Rail. I mean, that makes even less sense. So look, I look forward to things improving. I look forward to your continued support. As to the suggestion that I should stay on, I'm delighted to if I still have your confidence. If not, I will not be offended. Going into an election campaign, I'm often more comfortable not to be defending things that are, at least on paper, at least when you measure it financially, is not performing well. But I remind everybody, read the business case. It was never supposed to perform well. We didn't project that it would perform well in its early years. And we've had a very rocky start thanks to delay due to lack of infrastructure spend in Auckland, and thanks to COVID. We're back on track. We've got an optimized service. Let's, as an entire community, get behind it, use it. I intend to use it very soon to fly to the South Island, because I can save myself $400 in airfares, take a wonderful, comfortable commute to Auckland's airport. And so I intend to use it, and I encourage you all to do the same.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Councillor Wilson. Any questions of Councillor Wilson? Councillor Gallagher?
Yes, and then I'd like perhaps at the end make a brief comment. Number one, I confirm that I'm strongly supportive of Councillor Wilson carrying on. I think everyone knows he's doing an amazing job. Councillor Wilson, would you expect the following Chamber of Commerce's, Geelong, Ballarat, Wollongong, Ipswich, the City of the Gold Coast, to be strongly supportive and proactive of their rail link to their respective metro, in this case, Melbourne, Sydney, Brisbane?
Yes, absolutely.
I'm surprised that the Chamber of Commerce for the fourth largest metro area in New Zealand is apparently not supportive of a rail link to the largest metro, Auckland.
I guess I'm not surprised, because I understand the personalities involved, and the current mantra of this chamber is one of holding some sort of inquisitorial status, that they should, on behalf of all of their members, somewhat question and dismiss some of the initiatives when it comes to public funding. But I'm convinced that most members of the chambers are constructive commercial people that see that these things need to run their time, that it's a significant step change, and that it would be an error to walk away from the 70 million already invested in infrastructure and simply put your hands up so early on in the piece.
Would it surprise you if I said that I'm deeply disappointed that the chair of the Chamber of Commerce and the executive committee apparently appear to oppose this rail link, respecting the report that has been published? Would that surprise you that I'm very disappointed in the chair and the executive of the chamber? And I'm wondering if there is any merit in us having a discussion with them. When I contrast to Waka, when I contrast so many other positive things, I'm just really surprised that this chamber executive would apparently return us to a car-only, bus-only option to Auckland. And I'm wondering if they have read the history of Auckland, where under Dovemar Robinson, who tried for rail, it failed, and we've seen the catastrophic consequences for Auckland, where they're now having to retrofit a rail infrastructure.
Yeah, look, my approach to the chamber is I intend to treat them with respect, and I will, on behalf of council, provide transparency and information to them. I am and I will continue to extend the hand of friendship and continue to engage and hope they become a great advocate. I've spoken to Don. Don's not an unpleasant person to speak to. I have engaged with him and challenged him to working with his members of how his members could work to help Te Huia, could encourage broader use of Te Huia. I've spoken at length that Don frequently talks about the importance of national highways and investment in roading, and I've pointed out to Don, and he's an intelligent man, he knows that those roads have been built and are continued to be maintained by public subsidy. And of course, there is a level of irony that he selectively chooses to ignore that while berating or criticising or critiquing a new public transportation initiative. The reality here is we need a multimodal transportation solution between New Zealand's largest city and I think New Zealand's finest and most rapid growing city. And I hope at a time in the near future, the Chamber embraces it. And I'm also reminded, as in politics, leadership changes. You never know who's the next chair. And, you know, we should continue to engage with them and provide information they request.
But it's fair to say that we have to assume that the chair of the Chamber of Commerce and the executive members of the Chamber of Commerce curiously don't support a rail link to our major international airport. Auckland Airport is now going to be provided, let alone a further rail link to downtown to our largest metro.
Can I just raise a point of order here?
Yeah,
I get where
going to jump in, yeah.
But I just remind him we've only got about 8 months left of the term, and I want to get some stuff done between now and then. So yeah, can we perhaps move on?
Yeah, I was going to say. Sorry, I was going to say there was some legitimate questions in there that I think Councillor Wilson answered with a very pragmatic approach, actually. But we need to refrain from questions that are making political points, because we could be here all day if we start.
I apologise, Madam Chair. That was never my intent.
You would never, in all your wise experience, no. So we need to move on from that. Thank you, everyone. Councillor McPherson, questions of Councillor Wilson. Thank you.
Thank you. If we refrained from questions that had political points, we would have been finished at 11 a.m. But my question it's not actually a question to Ewan, because I also sit in as an alternative that is allowed to speak, I might add, in those meetings and contribute, and we've never had a problem there. But one thing Ewan said at the end of his report was quite important, which is maybe he missed a bit, and not in a bad way. He said the train's now on track after all the problems we've had, and that is actually one of the problems. It's not fully on track, and not the fault of the regional council, but the fault of the lack of track maintenance and keeping up to date over the last few years means that there are still some things that were agreed in principle before we ever started that we can't run. For instance, we can't have a Sunday service or a public holiday service, which dramatically reduces the potential utility of the train service for non-commuters, people going up and down from the weekend and long weekends and things like that. It's made it really hard, and we're trying workarounds on that. A second service coming back on Saturdays and all sorts of things like that. Maybe a Sunday night after dark when they finish maintenance service, some issues like that. But the lack of track maintenance has held up us even on Saturdays, on all other days of the weekend, holidays, and sometimes during the week as well in the past. So, and that's something that's going to take another 2-3 years before we start to see the light at the end of the tunnel. So we've started in a way at the worst possible time when they're trying to fix everything and right in the middle of it, plus COVID. The other thing is that we have noticed, and you didn't quite point, was that we now have the second service coming back from Auckland in the morning. When you look at the passenger figures, we're starting to see quite a number of Aucklanders or people that are starting up there using it to come down here during the day, including some that have reported to us they've just come down for, I think it's 2.5 hours before the train goes back again. So we're starting to see that two-way flow between the cities. Yeah, that's.
Do we want that? Do we want Aucklanders coming down?
No, but we do have passport control when it goes through just outside Pukekohe, I think. Yeah, and we collect a fee from them.
Good. Okay, everyone. Look, thank you. I really appreciate the external committee updates, and it's certainly something that I hope, in whatever form any of us are returned next term, I think I've found it quite valuable to hear from elected members. With that, this is just that the report be received on page 265. So I'll move that the report be received, seconded by Councillor Donovan. I saw your hand wave. All those in favour, please raise your hands. There are none against. That's carried. Thank you. Right. Almost it. I will move that we move into public excluded for one item, seconded by Leo Thompson, Councillor Thompson. All those in favour,